Quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling.
Hello. To answer your question, Wales, we also have Spectrum on the East Coast. It's just a regional thing in my area, unfortunately. There are no good ISPs. Optimum is the option, and that's probably why they can get away with just being shit. Because everything else is shittier. It's great. It's great. I know it's not on my end. It's not any of my hardware or anything, but all I can do. Because if I don't try to push through it, I make no money. So I apologize for stream quality as always. Look, it's a cat. Does this make it up to you? How we doing, everybody? Good to see all of you. Mr. Madness, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate it. Quag Jiggling to you as well. And Rabbit with the 34. I'm hoping text speech is broken and doesn't read that. I'm waiting for it while I'm blowing on my coffee because it's extremely hot. And for once, I'm not burning myself. I've learned restraint. Only took 28 years. There we go. There it is.
OWO ho, it is me, your IPS Chan. I'll try not to fwick you hard today, but you're so juicy and feels so good to
IPS?
fwick OWO. Please never replace me OWO, I would miss you. Also hello cat OWO.
Cat says hello. Thank you for the 34 months, Rabbit. And IPS, you were so close. You were so close. Like, I think it's actually just a secret cat cave your cat's got with all their supercomputers they play on that's throttling your internet. Maybe. Maybe. Internet provider service. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Both shitty, it's true. It's true. Yeah, don't expect too much stream quality wise. Oh, there's my start streaming alarm. Like, it's struggling to stay over 2000 bitrate right now. Like, there is no chance I'm not being throttled. But oh well. Let's just do some video games anyway. How you doing, loading screen? Ball as well. Connection is not well. Other than that, I suppose I can't complain too much. Hope things are good. So yeah, Remnant 2 has a bunch of build crafting potential. There's a lot of cool shit in this game. There's a lot of items. So it's going to take a lot of time to get all of those items, and some of them are hidden in very obscure ways. Some of the classes are very obscure. I believe I now have all of the classes available, with the exception of the hidden one that, according to devs, was only intended to be found via data mining. No, it was found. And it is a fully functional class in the game. Yeah, Jake. But there's some prerequisites to get it, and I need to, including leveling up certain other archetypes. So you need Explorer at 10, you need Invader at 10. I have Invader at 8, so I'm working on that. I've been messing around with doing something of a status effect build, kind of. And this amulet is a really, really good toxic release valve. Swapping firearms releases a toxic cloud, which deals acid damage to all enemies within 10.5 meters and applies corrosion. 10.5 is including the radius increase. So that is a huge AoE. But a big thing this thing does that it doesn't tell you about is this hits through walls. Like, it's 10.5 meters, does not respect line of sight. And that's kind of insane. So, like, all the annoying flying enemies and roly-polies and shit, I fart and they die. Pestilence build? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm doing that. I've got Timekeeper's Jewel for dot duration. And I'm just doing mod stuff otherwise. Enigma's stupid, so we have that equipped. I'm trying out Merciless, and it seems very, very versatile. Like it just kind of functions like an LMG. That occasionally applies bleed. So like you shoot it and then see the rounds that flash a little more. Those apply bleed. But then this gun's mod is also just a super spammable railgun. It's very good range, it's very accurate. Pierces enemies. It's real good. It's real good. Are you going for bleed build? Something of a status build. Seen Jester's Bell? I have not yet. Real next Forza game has to be absolute banging with the latest plugin release in UE5. UE5 is all the hype. Doing a route adventure. These are such a nice QL for testing things, honestly. Yeah, almost everything works on them. There's a couple things that don't. Like, you can't see the DPS meters if you're doing melee, which is annoying, so you need a second person there looking at the meter for you. And also some effects that trigger on dealing damage or trigger on attacking an enemy don't quite work. Like, the bleed from Merciless doesn't work on the dummies. It's weird, but it is what it is. I had zero interest in this game, however, watching you play the last week's maybe one picked up looks like a good time, notoriously bad at video games. There's selectable difficulty levels. And the only consequence to death in most cases in this game is just try again. Dying's kind of part of the expected experience. Mod skill cast speed grants damage after mod cast. Ooh. So there's that, there's the one we have that we got on Root Earth, and then there's the one that Lazy found. If that's not the one that you're talking about. So that's a lot of mod skill cast speed. The problem with mod cast speed that I'm noticing is most of the mods that I want to use don't even have an animation commitment. Like the railgun. Just that's the animation. So like, you know, same thing with Enigma. We got Talratha.
What is this? A century. Years tell me. Now you on the fuck you bring me the souls.
Any content locked behind higher difficulties? Just a couple items. There's an item for completing each difficulty level, an account-wide unlock. There's an item for, if it follows the trend of the first game, there's an item for completing certain milestones in the game on a hardcore character, which is the permadeath, but you can play that on any difficulty level as well. But it's just like a couple items. There's no content locked behind a difficulty level. Now directly import entire areas from Google Maps. That's crazy.
Okay, this is it.
Oh, these things. I never did do the thing I needed to do with this. Hey, Nunu. Hope you're well. Hey Jester, how you doing? There's a second one. Probably will not be bothering to find all of those. Look at the range on that explosion. It's kind of crazy. Oh, that's annoying. The range on that laser. Was an awkward position to run into one of those. The first time I fought one on really open terrain like that, I did not know they had that much range. And I'm not running a heart that really heals me. I'm getting all of my healing passively. So that's 3 of those that I've kicked. I think there's 5. Yeah, there's the one of the burden rings I want from this biome, but I don't know exactly where it is. I think it's a random drop. So that's part of why I picked Narud. Another reason is I'm locked out of Narud completely in my story mode. Like, I can't go back here. So if I want to get anything here, I have to do it in adventure mode. You had some performance issues for started playing, still experiencing issues. It doesn't run well. The game just does not run well. In general, you don't get super high FPS consistently. A bunch of the areas are rather poorly optimized. And there's annoying bugs. There's some crashing issues. There's a memory leak when you die. So, like, there's some problems, but I will say that my FPS right now, better than it was while playing co-op. Like, currently I am getting 60 FPS, which was not the case for the entirety of me streaming with Lazy and Priz. So, it's better now for whatever reason. We'll see how that holds up. Different character than the one I played on stream last week? No, this is the same one. You can kind of continue progressing on a character very long term in this game. Dark Conduit. I don't think I've discovered everything on this map. There's a lot of secrets on most of the maps. Hey, Rapid Fire. Thank you so much for the 34 months. Multiplayer stresses host PC more than seems reasonable. Yeah. Like, Lazy's got a chunkier PC than me. And, he's having some issues. And, in fact, briefly played with Priz hosting, and, you know, aside from the massive latency from the distance, Priz has a really good PC, and it was having trouble. Jiggling to you too, Jaybridge.
Come and get some.
Hey, Urban Mech, thank you for the Prime in the 31 months. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Not bad.
Okay. Surely there's more to this side area.
We jiggling. Quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling.
Yeah, I know I left a tome on the ground. They don't currently do anything once you have 60 trait points. Devs have said that they're looking at making them give, like, scrap if you're already at the trait cap, which would be cool. And I definitely support that. Having a hard time coming up with weird words to make TTS say I need to start keeping a list over the month. That sounds like homework. Although high-effort shitposts are delightful. And it's tradition at this point, right? Anything be enjoyed that much really homework? That's a valid point. I can't argue with that logic. Whee! I did not know I was launching a rocket. Hang on, I'm looking at that. Leave me alone. Ow. Stop shooting me. looking at stuff. Oh yeah, we did this. Okay. Alright. I was not the one who hit the button in co-op when we did that. As a scrap arbitrator, you're struggling to find hardened iron now. Yeah, hardened iron is starting to become a concern, which is ironic, because early on I was selling it for scrap, but now I'm regretting all instances of having done that. As long as I don't try to change weapons too frequently, scrap's not too much of a problem. Now that I've maxed out Merciless, my resources are going into Spore Bloom. Once Spore Bloom is maxed, I don't have any weapons that I'm, like, urgently looking at. So I'll be able to hopefully build up some iron for a while. Oh yeah, I tried on Engineer, and it's certainly badass, but it seems very clunky actually using the turret handheld. Seems like you're almost forced to put it down for practicality reasons. Might be able to go grab Archon today. Maybe. Let me actually look at the requirements real quick. Um... Okay, actually, wormholes from Invader 5. I need, Leto's Amulet. So, yeah, I can actually go get Archon, like, now. I just need to, belly flop a bunch of times. Yeah, I just got a belly flop. Type class hater, it's true. Well, I was talking shit about holding the gun. If you put it down as a turret, it seems better. Oh yeah, wait, no, this is back where I came from. What am I doing? I forgot that yellow means explored. Mom's mad at me. What'd you do? Did you boil some unseasoned chicken, wrap it in lettuce, and try to pass it off as healthy, delicious eating? we're gonna see if I can grab the thing. So back to the ward. Oddly specific. Glenny sent me a thing. Just people do weird shit to food. Just boiling unseasoned chicken. And then just eating that. Like, I think I would rather just not go to the effort. But that's... Ugh. If you're gonna cook, make it taste good. So yeah, unfortunately, fashion is not really something you can reasonably do in this game without impacting your build. Because so like for armor and resists, for what I'm doing right now, it's optimal to stay at 50. And only certain combinations of armor get me there, and even then, some of those armors are just better at the same weight than others are. So I'm using this combination for the resists, because having that shock resist makes me less likely to kill myself with Enigma. Having some fire and some bleed is nice. You don't get corroded very often, so that's not really doing a lot. And I wish I had more blight resistance, but oh well. But basically now what we need to do is ignore that and get heavy roll. And based on your weight class, it affects how much stamina it takes when you do things that cost stamina, but it also changes your evade. So if you're in the heaviest possible roll, you get a belly flop instead of a dodge, or you get this almost falling over backstep. The cool thing about belly flop is it does damage. So yeah, belly flop builds are a thing, and there is a ring specifically for belly flop builds. Let's see if I can. Here it is. Increases encumbrance by 50, increases unarmed damage by 50%. So, yeah, I could actually probably just put on that and be at max roll. Without having to change my armor. I suppose that's more optimal. Yeah. Took a day off to farm all the gear you need for Archon. Luckily, most of it you can just buy. Most of it, anyway. What if someone likes unseasoned chicken as long as it makes them happy? Yeah, as long as it makes them happy, I guess. It's just, it's... The way it was presented is like, this is healthier because of doing it this way. You're telling me that putting a little bit of black pepper on the fucking thing is unhealthy. You're using a boil correctly and not meaning to say broil? Yes, I mean boil. I have an amulet for unarmed damage too. Boil chicken all the time. I just put a little bit of seasoning, put it in a buttermilk dredge, cover it in batter, and boil it in oil. Damn right. How does a weightless amulet work out with all this weight? Ooh. Zoom in. So there's an amulet that becomes available for purchase supposedly after belly flopping 100 times. So that's why I'm doing this. There's a lot of weird hidden things in this game. Like there's quests that'll have like 4 to 5 different outcomes. There's items that'll drop in entirely different versions if you hit a lever earlier in the map or not. There's items that unlock for dying a bunch. items that unlock for belly flopping a bunch, items that unlock by listening to someone's conversations and making them feel like a valid human being. The long gun I'm using, Merciless, is from letting a planet's physical incarnation of death eat the planet's physical incarnation of life, which doesn't sound like a heroic move, but then we kill the death thing, so fine. I'm only mostly overweight. I'm hoping that in my 30s I'll be able to put on weight, because I have not been able to my entire life. Heaviest I've ever been, I was 17. And I cannot maintain or gain weight to literally save my life. It's a little annoying. It's an item for applauding someone. Oh, there's an item for knowing enough about music to recreate a song in a different scale. A little obscure. And the class that we're trying to get requires you having a bunch of specific stuff and cosplaying one of the characters in the game at a specific location. Like, there's some really obscure methods of unlocking things in this game. The item you get for headbutting a stack of tires a bunch. There's an amulet that I need for that cosplay I mentioned, that supposedly becomes available after you belly flop 100 times. Encounter. That at the water harp, I heard the blue change. Yes. There's an achievement and a different item for putting in a different song at the water harp. All the belly flops had to be done in combat. This is so much easier. Maybe they do have to be done in combat, but, like, I don't know. Thanks me for testing. This is the content. Yeah, this is the content everyone's here for, Envoy. Watch it be belly flop into a target dummy. Who sells it? Reggie. Okay. Do you have it yet, Reggie? No. You have Nightmare Spiral. Ooh. I forgot about Nightmare Spiral. Oh, yeah, here's the amulet. We got it. So, yeah, you can do it out of combat. That's what we wanted. But Nightmare Spiral. Gain 10% of base range damage dealt as lifesteal, which is a lot. But reduces healing effectiveness by 95%. I wonder if, with how efficient you can get from the triage trade, other sources, I wonder if you can cancel out enough of that healing effectiveness penalty to still be able to justifiably heal. Or you could probably just give up on it entirely. Like, you just run the shield granting or mod power granting heart. I'd like to have it, so I'll buy that. Probably won't use it. Okay, I think there's a ring I still need for Cass. I hate how her dialogue resets every fucking time. I do not care about your life story. Give me your inventory. Yeah, this is what I need. Ah, braided thorns. How many items just get randomly added to the inventories of characters in here? Like, none of that shit was there last time I looked.
Hey, you know you're lucky the
Why is your dialogue resetting? Do you have anything new? Consumables. Okay.
Take care, sunshine.
Lifesteals felt better in this game than R1 to me. Yeah. And normally I'm a very outspoken opponent of lifesteal, but there are games where it's well balanced. It's Remnant. Incoming damage is high enough that lifesteal cannot save you from everything.
What you need?
You can't do Borderlands style lifesteal face tanking infinitely. It's a very good thing.
That'll do. Watch yourself.
Went through my luggage even though I said I'd unpack, found a bottle of lube. Did you tell her you just like the taste and you eat lube? Because you could probably sell that.
Until we meet.
It's not for use, it's for food. Confronted you and Coombs while you were alive? Oh, no. Hey, Coombs, thank you for the 21 month, and sorry to hear about that. No, all the game balances burst heals a ton. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of ways you solve the lifesteal problem. Because, like, in Remnant, you do more damage than you have health, but it's not as far divorced as, like, Borderlands health to damage. Like, Borderlands 3, for example, players have tens of thousands of health, but are doing billions of damage, if not more. But in Remnant, you have...
I said it was a heating shampoo for the memes.
Nice. You have, like, 100 to a couple hundred health, and then you're doing, per hit, a couple hundred damage to a couple thousand on the higher end. So, 10 times your health instead of 10,000 times your health is a much more manageable gap. I have no Luminite. Ugh. Okay, so what all do I need? So I think I have everything for Archon. I need... Actually, no, I don't have the Void Heart. Do I have the Void Heart? No, I'm still missing an item. Need to roll the version of Darude that has Shahala. Okay, wait, that's my story mode. Hang on. We switched to story mode. So, because I had that version and I didn't know what was happening, I can't access any of the areas in Darude except for Ellipsis Torah. Because I wasn't paying attention to lore. But basically, I kind of flew the place into a singularity. See?
Today marks our 20,000th year. One score millennia since we
Goes through
began
someone else's luggage.
scouring
Invasive
stars
parents.
in search of life,
Apparently.
hope, connection. If the Druzir are ever snuffed out of existence, there will be nothing of the universe left.
Probably
to
fine, yeah.
witness itself. Such is our fear. We will find life, foster it if necessary, commune with it if possible. Yet, 20,000 years into our quest, we have not uncovered a single living cell that is not of our home world. I blame myself. As Primus Astropath, it falls to me to guide our search.
One time when this was at a period of time where I was actually going to the gym, I had some pre-workout just like in my room in a container because it had like fallen out. It wasn't like labeled or anything. But my parents thought it was Coke or something. It was pre-workout. But it was a very awkward conversation where they approached it very seriously, and I was like, "Oh no, 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 no."
Numerous though we may be, the Drasier are but a single mote
Yeah.
in a vast ocean. If even one other such mote exists, it will take a great deal of time to find.
What's the difference?
And for the
Marketability.
purposes of this endeavor, time is our friend.
Gonna just run to that. Okay. Void Heart. Cool. Use reduces incoming damage by 50% for 4 seconds. When buff ends, heals 100% of missing health over 0.75 seconds. That's really good. Hang on, I like that a lot. I've had trouble justifying running anything that isn't Runed Heart or Crystal Heart, because Runed Heart is mod gen and a little bit of health regen, which is cool. And I've been doing mostly mod stuff. Then Crystal Heart is a ton of healing and a ton of bulk at the cost of movement. So, Void Heart is less healing, but more bulk than Crystal Heart with no move speed penalty. Actually, it's not really less healing. It does that same healing. It does half of that healing. No, it's 100% missing versus max. So it's less health always, but it gives it to you faster with no downsides. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Anytime I have dried herbs in a Ziploc. Okay. Let me put the ring I'm supposed to have on. Carrying an engineer heavy weapon, gain 15% movement speed, 1 stack of polar. Yeah, yeah. There's a bunch of gear specifically for doing engineer stuff, and I have a sinking feeling that you need all of it. Or else it's not justifiable. Reducing encumbrance by 40% as compared to, what was the other one I had that did that? Reduced by 15. So this one's flat value, the other one's percentage. I think this works out to more. Layout, it's very weird on the Void Art. Comes in handy in case you take damage between the usage and the heal. Right, like if you take one hit and you're expecting another one, that works out pretty well. Okay, so I have everything I need for Archon. I just need... Where's the... Okay, let me go down the list. No, I don't have the cube gun. I need the cube gun. I have the resources to make the cube gun. Back to the ward. At some point, you just consider putting like really weird things in your luggage. Oh yeah, it's a thought that always crosses the mind.
Better be worth. All right then.
Do I have the resources for this? I highly doubt that I do. I don't. How short am I? I need 5 Luminite. Ugh.
Move along, traveler.
Cast, you have Luminite. I don't have anything I can really sell to Cass. Okay, I need to do more adventure before I can go get Archon. On my dildo bag and screamed. Isn't that the intended purpose of that item? Okay, so I need more resources for a bunch of reasons. It's part of why I'm running Explorer. It just increases your resource income. Come on, ISP. You can do it. She opened the strap on, fell on her foot, and she ran out the room. So she hasn't learned. No. Look in things that aren't yours, find things you don't want to find. Didn't learn that lesson yet. You gotta start putting spicy things in your stuff when you know she'll be looking through it. But, like, buy a couple copies of, like, the Communist Manifesto, just throw them in there. It's a good conversation starter. Where am I going? That's Custodian over there. That's where I came from. That's a side dungeon. Probably another side dungeon over here, then. That has a lube bottle under their sink. Ah, hypocrisy, yes. Yeah, those things are a lot easier when you just get behind them. The movement from that invader skill is so fucking useful. But there was an item that I wasn't supposed to get the way I did, but I just blinked past the obstacle, and it was like, oh. Okay. For anyone who has played the game, that item hidden behind the bird, where you normally have to, like, go somewhere else and listen for the bird to leave, then go grab it. Yeah, you can just blink past the bird. And it's like, oh, okay. You're behind the coffins? No, I've only found 3 of the coffins on this run. I've not bothered to look for all of them in a run as of yet. Do you have melee weapons list their charge attack mults anywhere? I don't believe so. I have not seen it anywhere. Yeah, this amulet is so fucking good. The Poison Cloud. I might be a little bit addicted.
Okay, this is it.
That's a side dungeon I did already. Guess I could talk to the custodian. I could check to see if the vendor pool down there changed. Let's see why it would, but... I was hoping it was listed as it varies. Between weapon type or between weapon? Or both? Because them all having a different charge mode would kind of make sense since the mechanics of the charge attacks are different. Like, for example, the flail is just a constant, like, you're hitting, you're hitting, you're hitting, you're hitting. It's just a spin to win.
I need your. I believe the against over. You will. Unfortunately, I tell this. It is poisoned. Not strong enough to. I seek out Talra.
Oh yeah, so I've never bothered to use that throwable. What does it even do? Oh, Quag? Yeah, that's me. Hello. Hello.
Here they come.
Ornate Blood. Or Ornate Blade and Edge of the Forest, both katanas, right? Ornate's is 120, Edge of the Forest is 80. So I suppose it'd be nice if that was listed, because there's a lot of weapons that seemingly just are generic. Like, all the katanas that don't have effects like this one seem kind of like, oh, samey, but they're not. If their charge modes are different like that, then they're very much not the same. There's a chest in here. How did I not see that? Ornate moveset is good. I struggled to not weak point with it. Yeah, yeah. Some of the weapons seem very good. And I know Femito was talking up the power of melee, which is a good sign. there's a bunch of melee stuff I really want to do. It seems like you have good sustain on HP returns, on getting shields, on stamina return. Seems like melee, in terms of constructing a build, you could get it to work. It's just hitting certain enemies seems complicated. Another cool thing about the railgun on Merciless, it penetrates those shields. I don't have to be smart. I can simply click railgun. Oh yeah, so I never figured out what that orb does. Let me actually look that up. Let's see. Um Oh, I guess it's just doesn't do anything. It's just an enemy. Okay. Follow-up attacks also have bonuses, but I'm not mapping it out now. They're smaller in the 3 to 8% range. That's thoughtful, because otherwise, like, the DPS of regular attacks would be just too much in terms of most weapons anyway. It'd just be too high compared to everything else. I could have just not picked up that item so I wouldn't have to deal with that orb, but I'm a loot goblin and I wanted the scrap. Right, different weapon, third hit was 20% more than the first. Interesting. Ow. Level 9 Invader. Love to see that. Both moveset and damage and ramp differences between Orientate and Edge of the Forest Katana is legitimately worth differentiating more than base damage. That's cool. Oh, you're here. I think caught up to me fast. summoning Heart of the Wolf? I don't think so. I'll be able to check in a moment, I think. That's the ring, right? No, I'm not. The Souls-like game? Yeah, basically, Dyson. It's, a good way to think of it is Elden Ring with gunplay. I hate this boss. There we go. Yeah, dots are definitely the way to handle that thing.
Hey, how's that?
Annoying little shit.
You ain't so tough. Yeah, you ain't so bad.
Back from work. Welcome back, Sora. How you doing? I don't know how to get to the shielded relic. With the one that makes a shield on you instead of doing anything else? I got that yesterday. Yeah. There's a side dungeon in Naruto that's you've got these power cores that you have to move around to like open different doors. It's through that. It's like a puzzle. Pretty sure that's where that one was. I did a lot of Naruto yesterday, so I could be confusing it, but I'm pretty sure it was Naruto. I'm gonna have to reroll campaign at some point so I can do the give the override key to the web, huh? Wanna ask what's giving you the gross poop about? It's this amulet. Toxic release valve. It's on Naruto. It's really good. So just swapping weapons on a 3-second cooldown. Hey Bear Dragon, how you doing? It also doesn't respect line of sight. So it's just kind of insanely good. So with max amplitude, 10.5 meters, just everything. Thank you. You're welcome. Bad hygiene. Oh, in the game. I didn't grab the soul spark, did I? No. Yeah, I can't do anything in here yet. Or play some crackhead with knife in Diablo 3 sounds good. Did I get the thing I need? No, I didn't. Witch Doctor? That could be either Witch Doctor or Demon Hunter. I guess it could also be Monk. Or Crusader, actually. A lot of classes can equip daggers in that game. Barbarian can too, right? Yeah, Barbarian can. Who can't equip daggers in that game? I think everyone can. Wizard can too. I think everyone can, yeah. And Necro? Yeah, they can. Right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's just typically the ones who actually use daggers tend to be Demon Hunter and Witch Doctor more than everyone else. Witch Doctor grows a lot on me, and not only because it's a pet class, it's a cool class. You can do some fun non-pet stuff with it as well. Fire Bats build on Witch Doctor, really good. With one of the ones that makes the bats go 360 around you. There's a lot of gear you can use to support that, and it's quite enjoyable. Hey, last night, Martyr. How are you? Doing good? Glad to hear. I think the only one I didn't enjoy was Crusader. Crusader is my least played as well. Actually, it's between Crusader and Wizard. I played more Wizard pre-Reaper of Souls than post. And I kind of didn't like how Wizard eventually became a revolving door of, okay, do we do Firebird this season or do we do Archon this season? Or do we do Archon Firebird? Because like those are the only things they ended up caring about balance-wise for a long time.
Alright.
Crusader, I never really enjoyed anything other than Thorns or Hammer. That's just a personal preference thing. Anything else to this area? Just that item I already had. I guess it was just that. Back, welcome back. Period pimple popped up. I can only guess the logistics of that, and that's... I mean, that seems like a useful tell. Like, oh, a pimple in this specific spot. Yes, that means... Bodies are complicated. probably something to be said about the time of us and not going to fair shot, but yeah, like having an interesting hook is important for getting someone to enjoy anything, right? Like if you don't get reeled in at the start, then it's very hard to discover any enjoyment. That could apply from anything from, you know, a class in a game to an entire game. People don't get hooked quickly, they don't get invested. Kind of how it be. Hey King, how you doing? Thoughts on Remnant? Do you like the third person view? Yeah, yeah. It's just kind of the camera that's here. I don't have a particular preference between first and third person, just whatever is available in the game. I guess in games where I have the option of both, I tend to go first person, but I don't have a particular preference, and I love Remnant. Love the first game, and the second game is a very faithful to the series entry. Pretty much everything you like about the first game is here in the second game and expanded upon. It's build crafter's paradise. The experience of fighting bosses is very rewarding, both in terms of loot and just you have to learn. I'm a big fan of the gameplay. If you've played any Souls games, it's basically that, but with you know, third-person shooter elements. It's rewarding in a good way. You lurk for about an hour, so talk to you in chat later. Sounds good. Low made and half-price cocktails at the local restaurant. No one ever wants to do half-price cockheads. Cowards. Oh, Displacer. That was so annoying. It's actually really shit timing. A lot of corrupted Luminite. Needed that. Big W. Proper noun. Drink up. Love there isn't a death penalty. It pisses me off about most Souls games. I end up rage quitting after a few hours. Yeah, you don't lose resources on death. You don't have to recover your corpse. You can just try again. And I think that's a really important feature. That's what differentiates it from a lot of the rest of the Souls-like genre. Very occasionally, there will be a quest that's designed to only give you one attempt. But other than that, dying has no consequence. Unless you're playing hardcore. Which I think is good game design. Or at least it's player-friendly game design. You need to play the first one. They recap the story of the first one for you. There's a couple NPCs in the hub area that'll just tell you the story of the previous two games, in fact. This is technically the third game in a series, but... yeah, no real need to play the first one. Bloodborne death didn't bother me too much. You still had to, like, do the classic Souls, hey, go to where your corpse was thing. That's not a feature at all in this game. Like, most Souls, like, have the go to your corpse thing. You know, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor have that. Elden Ring, of course, has that. This game doesn't. I don't know why I wanted to style on that one, but I did. Easily fix that with making a money bank. Yeah. Don't worry about losing your currency if you aren't holding it. In fact, that's a strat done in Diablo 2. You drop your gold and your items where you died in Diablo 2, which that game is 23 years old now, by the way. But if your gold is in your bank, then it doesn't drop when you die. So a good way to not lose gold on death is just not carry it. Here, that's so toxic. That proc black cat? Fucking how? I need more space. Dying frustrating enough without needing to worry about additional punishment. Yeah, I generally agree. It depends on the game. Like, if it's a death where it's like, oh, I fucked up, okay, I need to do better, then I'm fine. But if I feel like it was something actually out of my control, or something that should have been as punishing as it was, then I get annoyed, you know? Oh yeah, it's this one. I haven't done this one in a while. I didn't have Enigma and Poison Cloud last time I did this, so that should make it substantially easier. Mass Effect vibes, true.
I'm glad that's over.
Music's going so hard, dude. The fact that this poison cloud does enough damage to stagger as well, like, that's huge. I can just swap weapons to knock things out of animations near me. It's so good. How are you getting there? Jeez. There we go. There's weapons that fit what I'm doing a little bit better than Merciless, but I'm having fun using Merciless, so like I'm good with that. Ah, there's a glyph for this that I must have missed somewhere. Right. Where could that be? I'm doing some survival, just take a break from farming scrap, weird, but and then devs reduce cost of upgrade. Is survival in the game? I don't think it is. Like I would love to do survival, but I don't think it's here. Not yet? Yeah. There's plenty of things to grind out if you're dreading the scrap economy. Like you could always grind out Blood Moon Essence. It's fucking annoying. Me like an hour to get enough to just get Summoner, much less get the other stuff. Yeah, I don't actually feel like the effort. What even is that? Yeah, there's a glyph somewhere to get in there, and I'm just gonna have to live with not having that right now. Ah, back to Remnant 1. Right. I think there's a couple rewards I still don't have in Remnant 1, because, like, I've never done... Let's see, when I did my, hardcore playthrough, I did it on normal. So, I think there's rewards for higher than normal hardcore. Or maybe I'm confusing that with this game. I don't know. And the very last survival reward I still don't have. Everything else in that game, though. You can find more of those thick, curvy robots to fight. Jaybridge, are you okay? Cyber thighs save lives. I suppose that is true. How could I just hear? Jaybridge walks around telling all the robot homies that they're looking cybernetic and unbreedable. Was awkward.
That's it. For now.
They just need to hear that they were made to factory specifications sometimes, okay? I love it when you talk dirty. Like, I dotted enemies on the floor above me because the radius of this thing's so fucking huge. When you do get whatever is in the void of the formless, I'm guessing you'll have fun. Oh, was that the place where I just was? The thing I gave up on quickly. I can go back for that, honestly. I'm not really against being told about items I haven't discovered in an area I'm in at this point. Like I'm more likely to give a yes. You're like, hey, you wanna know how to get that? I'm like, sure. Hey Wisp, how you doing? Only I can miss that shot. The more close quarters, the harder that elite type, like the harder of a time it has dealing with you. Interesting. Just wetting yourself in a corner, it barely hits you. If it runs found, I can tell you that in confidently if you want. Yeah, sure. Mr. Glun. Sorry, Mr. Bedge. Build's coming together. I have to get it before clearing the dungeon. While the power is still running, arms raise a platform for me to get on. It's one of those time your jump things. Ah. Okay. Okay, so wall clear. So next time I get that dungeon, I'll slow down and figure it out. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, there's a couple of things like that. Like, there's an item on the train. So while a timer is running, you have to take a detour. Only a slight detour, but... Yeah. I wonder if the memory leak is on area transition as well, because I was getting 60 frames earlier. Now I'm getting 40. Although this just could be Narude running like shit. Because, spoiler, Narude runs like shit. This is a long one. I always expect there's something in the tube that I can jump off early on these, but maybe not. Didn't see anything. Coffins need to find them, interact with the panel in the shaft in a timeless horizon. Shuttle collects coffins, opens up a bunch of purples. I figured if I hadn't gone back to the surface to see the shuttle pick them up. Wait, is that the... Oh, no, I did that. So I've gotten a couple of those items. Is it one different purple for each of the coffins? I think I've done that partially. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I've partially completed that. Remember the thing the tube flew away? Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, J-Bridge. Why is Enigma so overpowered? Like, what were they thinking when they made that gun? It's so silly. Assuming this is where you got the shield of heart as well. I believe it was this map, yeah. There's a bunch of side dungeons on this map that, or on this biome, that do kind of look the same, but I'm pretty sure it was this one. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Naruto does in fact suck. I don't hate it. I think it's just kind of the ROM situation again, where it's very desolate, very open, with like futuristic shit happening with a post-apocalyptic tinge. It's very, you know, ROM again sort of deal. And people felt the same way about that biome too. I liked it. So I guess it's just me being weird.
Wonder what that is.
Here we go.
Overlook gets a bonus for having a ton of things. Shock nearby combined with Brainstormer. Yep. Like, Enigma is crazy, and the fact that status damage stuff is something I want to go for means that me running Timekeeper's Jewel to keep Overload going when I can't stay on target is still benefiting my amulet. Have you gotten this amulet yet, Briss? It's insanely good. Hated ROM? Yeah, there you go.
The custodian sealed our tomb. Its ineffable power included
I don't want to be injured going into that fight, so I'm going to whiff mods a little bit.
Torah might bring to bear. For those who wish to see their creator face to their physical fate have taken this.
Nope, it's incredibly good. Poison around the map's another painful thing to deal with. Slightly annoying, yeah. Hey Dex, how you doing? That fucks timing there. Ooh. Why am I bad? You reload. Thank you. Hard equals DPS check, I guess. Yeah, it's just you have more time that you have to not make mistakes during. That's all hard is. It's a little scuffed, but not a hard boss. Anything else I need from in here? Oh, that's just elevator down. This way. Big numbers very satisfying. Oh yeah, hitting those weak points, you get really good damage. I was messing around briefly with the gunslinger skill, and with minimal like weak spot investment for skill damage or anything, I was still clearing 2k on a charged shot into a weak point, which really makes me want to build around that more. Like a skill damage build with gunslinger challenger or gunslinger engineer seems like it'd be pretty potent. That is that with general damage, no clue what happened yesterday, probably not realizing the proximity bonus. Yeah, okay, that tracks. Most of these damage bonuses are additive with each other, so it's just a matter of getting what is most relevant to cover as many of your damage types as possible, which means status damage in a vacuum is less valuable. You wouldn't want anything that only has status damage. You want global damage, or you want like ranged damage if you're applying status through that ranged damage. It just means status damage on its own, yucky, unless it's a real big number. Status damage with an extra effect that's good, cool. Overload proximity isn't busted stat. Yeah, valid. Hunter and engineer with the turret seems promising. I was talking about this a bit earlier. Engineer, when you're holding the turret, seems kind of awkward and like very investment heavy. But turret on the ground does seem like it could be pretty good. Can I make that? Yes.
That's it. For now.
All assessing just makes fire rate, crit chance, and reload speed seem king. It's kind of Wonderland-esque for anyone who's more familiar with that, where crit chance just works favorably on basically everything. Everything can crit. Dots, item effects, guns, mods, they can all crit. So making them crit more consistently can be more beneficial than a damage multiplier that is minor in the formula and only applies to some of your damage. Put Gunslinger on top of everything. Hunter more. A Hunter, we were talking about this one, Rohit, and Hunter just seems like the class. Because it has stuff that's just good for everything. Hunter's Mark is one of the best skills in the game, with very easy to maintain uptime. And Hunter gives really big numbers in a lot of key quality of life areas. Weak spot damage, good for almost everything. Crit chance, good for almost everything. Reload speed, fire rate, move speed. It just gives a little bit of everything you'd want in every build. So happy to be working with this formula instead of D4s. Yeah, I hear that. Crit bonuses are add with a base 50, so they're also not amazing. Crit damage is not fresh malt. That's different than what I'm used to, but yeah, so
Okay,
this is... It seems like with Remnant 2, you're going with the simplest bonuses to optimize, which is kind of cool. It's refreshing. D4 bad formula-wise, yeah, it's very lopsided, I would say, is the way to put it. There's like one important damage stat, and then everything else that isn't that is like... It's basically like a 2-category formula. Slight deviations, but it's a 2-category formula. To my knowledge, anyway. That was like month 1 knowledge. Maybe there's been more innovation, more testing in the damage formula front, but my knowledge is it's essentially 2 categories. Nothing else matters. I got fucked by stepping in the cloud there. Oof. For sure, Gunslinger and Hunter is pure busted. The thing with Hunter is 2 of the skills seem just very not worth it. Like, the one that requires you to aim seems flat out bad. And then the very time limited one, the final unlock, seems good if you're doing like invader blink stuff, but also like, is the gap between that and Hunter's Mark wide enough for you to justify using it over just having permanent Hunter's Mark uptime? And I don't think the answer to that is ever yes. Hunter's Mark is just too good. I'm not saying nerf it, and maybe improve uptime on the third ability and reduce ramp time on the second ability to bring them closer to Hunter's Mark, but Realist and wish Invader's Shark wasn't bugged. So what's wrong with it, Wisp? That's this one here. Is it just not applying? Hunter's Mark equals Chef's Kiss. It's such a good ability. Lesson learned, do not try to import the entirety of New York into UE5. Just had to use a backup out of my PC. Ooh. Doesn't work right now? Yeah, it's not playing? Okay. Yeah, so Invader a little low on damage because of that. That's good to know. It's funny, my solo clear of the final boss I did with level 1 Invader. I did Hunter Invader, so I only had Hunter perks in terms of damage and like the base Invader skill.
Oh,
Invader 10. Yeah, that'd be really nice. 5% crit chance and 35% range damage. That'd be so nice if it were. Since it isn't, I can work on Gunslinger for a bit. Invader too cool to drop. Yeah, the skills, all three of them are really good. And the aggro manipulation is interesting. Also the move speed. The evade window, just everything about Invader is pretty fucking cool. Okay, so now I can go back and fight Talratha, I suppose. I haven't done the metaphysical version solo. I guess I'll do that. I did the regular version solo, and I basically just put Witchfire down and kited him so he stood in the Witchfire, and laughed as he died.
That was rough.
I think Reboot is kind of boring. It's kind of absurd in some cases. For Melts, Reboot seems really, really crazy. Because it stores relic charges. There's that relic that I need to get that, there's one that does damage. So you get a bunch of relic use speed and that. And then you just start dumping relic charges while doing, I don't know, the Amulet Swap Corrosive Cloud with dots ticking. And you just dump them all. And then you call your Reboot so you get them all back. Seems very potent. Also, you could run Invader Medic and then just have a ridiculous amount of heals for your team. Because if you run Medic Prime, then you're still storing the healing you did with those relics. And then you just get them all back. Invader Medic is probably just infinite hearts, if you're careful. Without requiring other gear investment. That's the key. Do I go Merciless here? I guess I'll go Merciless.
So you have found them. The Ember sees all. Bring them to me at once.
Explorer is not really helping me here, but if I find myself having trouble, I'll put on Medic.
Our fate, all that remains is yourself. Tell me. Only be I want for the yet I did not foresee you. Immortal. Excellent. And inevitable.
So yeah, we're gonna get edited. Get Elden Beast, but not shit. I gotta dodge slower there. Elden Frog. This fight took me and my friends a while. We got it pretty quickly, me, Blazy, and Prime Poo. I've done the other version solo. I hadn't done this version solo. So, it Learning the timings on host. Oh, that's a double. Okay. Only missed one of those. Not too bad.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Cool. Like the Radagon fight, but not Elden Beast. Can't resist in that fight. That's how most people feel, Rohith. Yeah, I think Elden Beast would have maybe been a bit better received if it hadn't been attached to the Radagon fight, and also maybe if you'd been allowed to use your horse in the arena. I guess before I go back, I should go talk to the custodian. Malekith's probably my favorite boss. I feel like most people, it's between Radahn, Malekith, and Radagon. Or Melania. One of those. Aesthetically, I like Rykard, and, you know, I love the voice acting. And the music goes incredibly hard, but the actual fight... Oh, I guess I can't turn that in again. The actual fight's kind of... Yeah, I have everything from here. The stuff like that. Cool. Liquid escape out. Unpopular opinion, I guess, but I love the Godfrey fight. Godfrey's cool as hell. So it's funny how many of those FromSoft bosses, it's just like their phase 2 is they take out a super special weapon, or they start sparkling, throwing out magic or something. Godfrey's phase 2 is he stops using his weapon and starts trying. It's so metal. Just straight hands. Yeah, I needed the cube gun. That's what I was coming for.
You again. What did you...
So I need cube gun to get Archon. That I want to try Alpha Omega and Stonebreaker. I want to try fucking all of these. It's just resources. Oh yeah, Nebula. I forgot I got that. Rise stream is super hot acid gas, which applies to corroded effects. Killing targets corroded by nebula spawns the gas cloud, which applies its on-hit effect. That's cool. So if Enigma didn't exist, I'd probably use Nebula, because that seems real good. Especially since I'm doing dot stuff. But unfortunately, I'm already covering corroded with my amulet, so twice over, I can't really justify Nebula. 1, Enigma's too good. 2, gas cloud too good. So.
We're finished here.
Realize how insanely epic the music in the Annihilation fight is. Yeah. It's the music in this game. They did not miss. They did not. Oh, feedback to 10. That's huge. I'm surprised I had enough. That is actually incredible. So that should make my mod sustain so good. Yeah, mod damage generates 10% of damage dealt as mod power. Let's see how well I can sustain this railgun now. Oh, the way the railgun works. Okay, my last one. No, it doesn't count as over. Okay, so it doesn't work well on that. It's good info to have. So instead of Merciless, try... Actually, not Coach Gun. Let's do Ford Scattergun. Feedback Skewer. It might be more optimal for one-charge mods. I don't know, it works out there. Should have a better place if Corrosive was closer to R1. Yeah. I'm gonna show Gearbox what a real fire range looks like. I mean, Gearbox published this game, so they saw. Well, I need to figure out which mods are good at sustaining themselves like that. Actually, good old space crabs. I can do that. Yeah, I can apply Enigma and then switch to this, and then that'll start working. That's good damage. The fact that you deploy the crabs where you're aiming, that's different than Remnant 1's version of that, and that's a pretty big upgrade. That is a big deal. What's the range like on that? Yeah, that's so good. Range deployable summons? That's incredible. Next thing to test. Oh yeah, this is something I want to try as well. Void Idol. Increases reload speed by 20%. Reloads only require 50% of magazine capacity from reserves to fully reload. So, reloading, you need half the ammo. You just double your ammo, if I'm understanding this correctly, on things that are reload heavy. Shield active, crit chance, and all damage. That's good. Does this apply that? Yep, it does. Okay, so you can do the the Remnant 1 Beatles build. Yep, that's a thing. Good info to have. If I had scrap, I wouldn't care for ammo reserve sustain. Alas, yeah. Maybe feedback or ricochet rifle. That's a really good mod gen. That's a really good mod gen. That doesn't leave me with single target so much, but honestly, do I need to worry about that with all the dots I'm doing? Down to try that. How much do I have in terms of resources? Can I reasonably dump into... I was gonna work on Spore Bloom, but now this has distracted me. I ran out of Luminite.
Take care, my friend.
Gas have 5 Luminite I can buy. Best case on Ricochet due to number of bounces. Yeah. And the mod itself is inflicting a lot of damage. No, you don't. Fuck.
I'll be here when you get back.
Oh yeah. Did that plant finish growing? Hey, it did.
Did I tell you how Lily and I met? Oh, we scraped by in the old ward, but it turned out we were
No
both
fruit yet,
ordering
though.
seeds for the future. You think?
Actually, wait. Another thing I could do here. Go back to Invader and run Wormhole. Next melee range attack within 5 seconds will deal 300% damage. Wormhole Ricochet Rifle. Probably go... You'd go Invader for sure. Would you go Hunter or Gunslinger? Get the reload speed from Gunslinger. I'm leading Hunter, honestly. Hunter seems like the play, yeah. Like, Hunter's Shroud, Wormhole, Ricochet Rifle, seems like it'd be pretty good. The problem with this, though, if you have a slow projectile and you consume ambush. Okay, no, it's ambush lasts for 2 seconds. Okay, so the slower your projectile, the less benefit you get from ambush, because it diminishes over 2 seconds after you exit Shroud. So the more of that 2 seconds your shot is taking to hit, the less benefit you get. So this with Ricochet Rifle is actually bad, because the amount of time it takes to hit everything, including the original target, unless you're point blank, is higher than, say, using a sniper rifle or a coach gun. So once again, Hunter's Mark W. There's no reason to run the other skills. They suck. Cool. I think I would go Invader primary here. It's only +9 on the Ricochet Rifle, but that's okay. Cataloger's Duel has felt nice. Try the pet class yet? Which one? There's a couple of them. I briefly tried Engineer. I've not tried Summoner. I have it, but like I looked at it and was like, eh. It's got some mod damage and skill damage stuff, so maybe that could be cool, but it did not seem fantastic. Conservation Seal could be good. Because Relic Efficacy implies more than just the healing. Like, anything the Relic's doing is going to get that bonus. So that could be a lot of mod gen from the one I'm using right now. Let's see. Let's try to test this without dying. So I have that. I have Siphoners, and that's healing me, so it's hard to actually get value. I'd have to continue to take damage for that to be super valuable. Not worth. Not worth. Braided Thorns, though. 15% crit chance. I might just run around with that. Hey, newbie. Zane? What about Zane? You have 4 rings in this game? Yeah. 4 ring slots. Gives you a lot of flexibility. This seems really good, by the way. Xania's Malice. It's not right, all video game characters only have 2 fingers. I'll show you 2 fingers. Okay, so now that I have all the stuff for Archon, I need to figure out where in the labyrinth I go for that. I know how to open it, just where is it? I can tell you? Yeah. Tell me, where is it? Glitch portal. One of those drops from the portal with multi-locations. Oh, okay. Hey, Napsty, how you doing? So that's from here, right? No. Yes, that's here. Opening it for me sometime. I need your my key. What? You don't have all the stuff? Sleepy, otherwise Okies. That's good. Well, not the sleepy bit, but the Okies bit is good. It's good. Glad to hear. so not from there. I don't remember how to get to. Is it Entangled Gauntlet? Real little downside of 2 characters, right? Let's see, Geisha is there. Is it that one over there? See, the downside of doing so much of this in co-op is forgetting exactly where the stuff that other people navigated to is. I'm just gonna run around. Properly made ricochet rifle suck in single target this game, at least. That's cool. It did not in the last one. Don't blame navigation on us. I'm gonna. You are going to be blamed. I guess Gunslinger would be nice here, because then I have the pistol for extra outlet of damage.
Here they come.
Incapable of navigation, can't blame me for solutions I don't provide. Sure I can. I'm doing it right now. I forgot to change invader skills. It's here. Okay. So, it's one of the ones through this, Chris? Also, why are my frames down to 22? What is happening? I think it's area transitions that also do the memory leak, because, yeah, I'm at half the FPS it was earlier. Which one is it, though? Your frames are my bad. I forgive you. It's gotta be one of the ones that seemingly goes to nothing. It's just, I don't feel like trial and error. Platform that doesn't spawn until you're through. Ah, okay. Lazy drop too. Yes. Not this one. I was a little overeager there. It's not that one. I remember what one they dropped. These don't count, Control. I guess they do count. How you doing? here it is. But what do I want to do this on no frames? So I know everything I have to equip here. What do I do once I'm in there? It really don't happen anymore in 2023. Yeah, clearly jam lock. This is just a figment of my imagination. Mental state go burr. Got my ass a sweet interview tomorrow. All is not lost. Oh, let's go. Hype, 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 hype. You're gonna crush it. I believe in you. Sorry, I'm looking at a thing. Pulling up the list, everything I need. So, do I get multiple attempts at this? We'll figure it out. Figure it out. Let me have the appropriate classes on. So I need Explorer, Invader, and I need to do my Ford cosplay. Need Voidheart, Ford Scattergun, Labyrinth Staff. This is like one of those shit posts. Like, yeah, if you strength on the truck, there's a Mew underneath it. You know, that kind of thing. But it's actually a thing. Just like, you need to wear a very specific combination of items. That. What else? Use Malice. Black Cat Band. It's luckily something I normally wear. I accidentally opened up Epic's launcher. No, stop it. Ask them before I do need help. Possible to reach out in your chat. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like this is everything. I have the portal key. Bull Realm Walker, Voidheart, Ford Scattergun, Lab Staff, Cube Gun, Leto's Amulet, Amber Moonstone, Inspiration, Malice, Black Cat Band. I have everything. I need Wormhole. Need Wormhole. Right. Like, it's so specific. Have to equip the right skills? Yeah. Fortune Finder? Yeah, I need Fortune Finder. Fortune Hunter, right? I'm tabbing out to look at this post. Yeah, Fortune Hunter. Yeah. Yeah, now it works. That's so specific. You need a certain skill from these certain archetypes. Then you need every gear slot to be something specific. Like, the item set is the least weird part of this. But every single slot needs to be something specific to get in. It's Ford's loadout. Yeah, but like, Ford has a weird build. Ford has a very weird build. Guess he likes his light roll. What are we unlocking? The Archon archetype is behind here, supposedly. Barely any way to use his Lito's amulet. Ford confirmed 0 muscle. The beta Ford. The back rooms. So it's a meme. Bisected ring. Gunfire security lanyard. I do like this, this thing they've done where the route is, like, breaking reality, but, like, in a video gamey way. Like, it's just glitching. Like, it's... The game world knows it's a game world. Kind of thing. These are very eerie sound effects. It's very unpleasant, actually. Yeah. Picks you up. Yeah, devs confirmed that that was intended as a fun little thing for data miners. Okay, let me see what that ring... Infinite stamina. All damage received increased by 25%. Yo. Yo. Infinite stamina, though. That on a no-hit run? Because you're trying not to get hit at all, so, like, there's no downside. Automatically reloads magazine over time. Does not work for single-shot weapons. That second bit. They knew what we did in the first game. They knew. Those are some cool items. That's just cool. Oh, I'm not fighting that again. Leave me alone. I'm not in combat. Fake news. I guess I'm in combat. Okay, I can go back to my actual loadout now. I can fucking remember everything I had equipped. Why I should favorite all of it, but I haven't. I definitely didn't have that or that. Was I rocking Stone of Balance? I'm not sure that I was. I guess this gives me an opportunity to look through and see what I have. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new episode of Bottom Gear. Today, Quag's hitting the gritty in the back rooms. Lazy saves his garden by mimicking bees' pollination. Priz still puts the word fun and funeral in J-Bridge. Helps cars over large ponds and raging rivers. I would watch that show. I would live that show. Sounds like an experience. want more mod stuff. I could run the extra mod gen while skills are on cooldown. Well, a bird. Or does it not sort under B? Slinger's ring would be good here. I'm swapping weapons a lot. I don't know if I need that to be faster, per se. Sorry, I'm thonking slowly. Elemental damage generating additional mod power. Since I'm doing so many dots, that could maybe be really good. I'm down to try that, actually. Yeah, that works out. Oh no, I wanted status duration. That's what I needed. Put that there. Okay. And I was running this. These choices are fairly easy to remember, with the exception of the pants. What did I have on here? You? No. You. No, it wasn't. It was something else. Or was it? No, I think it was this set, actually. Yeah, it's a good spread of resist. And then over here, go Invader Slinger for now. We're gonna see what Archon gives. Actually, do I even have Illuminite to get it? We'll find out. Haven't checked if Overload generates mod power. I assume it does. Yeah, I assume it does too. I've been playing as if it does, like applying Enigma and then switching weapons. Optimum's great. Ignore that command. Yeah, I don't have Luminite. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we're gonna grind out some Luminite so I can try out Archon. That's the wrong one. This one. Okay, me back. I'm a good streamer. I click the correct scene every time, 100% of the time. without fail. Okay, yeah, since I'm so strapped for resources. I need to do another adventure mode. Sidewinder could be pretty good here, because I am cycling weapons a lot, so I could spam the shit out of Ricochet. Like, 5 shots. Let's actually see how this feels. So maybe I should restart game to get FPS back. Alright, I forgot to change my weapons. That's an important part of my loadout. A lot of mod gen. That is a lot of mod gen. That's pretty cool. Not fantastic uptime, but that with like Spore Bloom hunting pistol or Spore Bloom double barrel seems like it'd be a lot of fun. Do I get more value out of that than this though? Because quick draw is a bunch of damage every 30 seconds. I think I prefer quick draw for having another damage healing option. I have enough actions that I can divide my time between. Back to adventure mode. So we finished the Narud adventure. So let's reroll. Where I feel like going. There's 2 Ravager kills I still need to do, or at least Ravager encounters that I still need to do. I need to heal the doe and I need to kill the doe. Because the one I did on stream was by accidentally killing the doe. I got one of the 4 conditions. And then off stream we also did letting the Ravager eat the doe. There's 2 other things for that. Hey Viper, how you doing? Let's just go here. Because I just want to get, I need to get 9 Illuminite. Which, honestly, I should go back to using Explorer. Improve my resource gain, but I just need the Illuminite. Need the Illuminite, and then we can purchase Archon and see how it is. Alrighty, how are you? Annoyed with my internet connection. It's especially turbo shit today. Haven't called to complain to them in like a month or 2, so they're probably thinking they could get away with it. Blatant fucking throttling.
You're pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
But making progress unlocking things in Remnant. That's been cool. Apologize for stream quality, as always. Genuinely wish there was something I could do about it. And I've struggled to keep it up, so it's okay. I'll help you keep yours up. surprised you caught me. Man knows how to roll catch. Woman, individual, whichever. Yeah, my frames. Ow. Yeah, those would be easier to dodge if I had frames. I'm gonna just restart my game right now. I'll wait until I've located some elites to kill, because I need those for the Luminite. Guess I gotta go this way. That did so much damage. What the fuck? That elite just got murdered.
This looks important.
I don't even have my my ricochet rifle to plus 10. I keep calling it ricochet rifle. Twisted arbalest. It's ricochet rifle in the first game. I don't even have my twisted arbalest to plus 10. It's like chunking. Build's probably nightmare ready. I don't think I need to open that yet. Can I please have some fucking bitrate? Just like a crumb. Just a little bit of connection stability. Like a modicum. I said cum. God, I said cum. Isn't that funny? Animation, that's a bit slow. Maybe I do want the mod cat speed for this. Extra mod gen though. Give that up. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, for anyone who cares, my bitrate is bounced between 0, 2,623, and 5,400. Sorry, 5,234. It's those specific numbers. Which is weird. It slightly varies between those numbers sometimes, but it's just like bouncing. Optimum's great. Thank you. Or jiggling. Do enjoy jiggling. He's the man in my brain when meant to remember anything important. Nightbot, be nice. Council chamber, I get this event. Okay. I'm actually gonna leave it uncompleted and take a thing and, yeah.
Away, beast. We have pressing business here.
Onro, I believe this beast has come to petition the council.
That creature? A Fey law does not apply to such as they.
You realize we make the laws here, Onreal. Step up to the podium, petitioner. I, at least, am curious what you have to say.
Hail, stranger. I am Savant.
Ever been anything interesting happen?
King's Council.
Unlocked
State your
the super duper hidden class.
business
Well,
for the record, please.
fulfilled the conditions. I need resources to actually buy the thing. But,
What are
yeah.
you exactly? You're not what...
Then why, pray tell? Oh,
a pity.
If that is...
you have wasted.
The fate, the one as will...
Oh,
Have you ever...
both
A great...
the
the king...
ah,
If...
It won't...
So what actually happened here is Phelan and Feyrin are the same person, and I believe they are both the king. But the king was split when he was assassinated by one of these three. And which one it was, each game is each time you get this event is random. So you actually do need to investigate.
it means you're not Fey, and your life is easily forfeit.
Please...
We
Pig...
I will...
and
And you...
Rigor... So... We can
Is
If we would...
in. Alas,
There is no...
no
At your...
regard.
At...
Press
With
and
Owner...
Nazgul looking ass. So, like, I want the... There's a dagger you can get that you can use to get a different reward from a certain boss. But I don't know if I can complete the quest without that dagger. I haven't tried to complete it without the dagger. I think I could dodge more effectively if I had frames.
it's over.
Yeah, technology in general just hates me. Hey Barrack, how you doing? It was not great, not terrible. How you? Fucking annoyed with my ISP. As per usual, but it's just been worse than usual lately. Other than that, you know, same as you. Could be better, but could always be worse. The fact that this cloud hits through walls is crazy. Like, if I think there's an enemy nearby, just fart through the wall and get it. Hey, Alec, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, raiders. Me talking about farts. How'd stream go? BL3. Were you doing hunt prep? But always good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Hey, Tom. Good to see you. I'm Quag. I do build stuff in games, mostly Borderlands. Been playing Remnant 2. It's been very good. I apologize for stream quality. My internet provider is Optimum, which you might know for being complete shit. But this game's awesome. If you're not familiar, it's basically Elden Ring with gunplay. And some procedurally generated adventures. K6 having some issues with Optimum today, too. Yeah, it is a day that ends in Y, so Optimum is usually pretty shit on those days.
I like the looks of this.
I've only been through this map once. Truly is the Dark Souls of gun D&D. You're not incorrect, and I hate it. Referring to things as the Dark Souls of thing. Ugh. Gunslinger 6. Wormhole Twisted Arbalest is real hard. I do enjoy that. This is Dark Souls Guns with Valid in-game builds the community look down on. Good question. This is not a game where you can feasibly melee only most of the enemies. You can probably do it, but like it's the impracticality is quite high. Damn it. So that assassin dagger I can use as a quest item, or I can use it for crafting. I wonder if I can do both. Anyone know? Anyone done this before? Not your craft or anything with it? Okay. I know you can make it into like an actual weapon you can use. And I believe killing the Red Prince with it is his alt kill. Like getting the killing blow with the Assassin's Dagger. If I'm remembering correctly. Could be a different dagger for that. For anyone who's new to Remnant, something interesting they do with the bosses is almost all major bosses have a different condition you can fulfill that will give a different reward. And some of those change how the fight works, even. It's quite cool. Hey, how am I doing on Limonite? 2. Not great. Something more elite heavy. The Bloat King Nightmare is butt clenching fire right now. Bloat King's like, it's not hard. I think it's just a shit fight. It's just annoying, you know? Build not optimal. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. Let me. Let's see, which one did I actually get? Okay, Teal Jewel. Okay, so I think I read a little bit. I think I'm gonna have to leave that undone if I want to craft at Nimue. But that requires me actually having Nimue here. Hmm.
You're back.
Tread carefully.
If you accuse...
It is.
Are you such?
Don't like it.
so...
Really. What was the symbol here?
See that you are...
Let me look at that one again. Like, glad to let you back out of that. It's like the eye looking one.
Are you? Oh? You are aware I am the head of the...
That symbol. Savon. Is it true?
It is.
This is a different one than the first time I did this.
Knew it. I am appalled that you would cast aside the law for that tyrant.
It was for the law that I helped him. The king was a tyrant too, flouting the law at every opportunity.
I don't seem great.
And using us as his shields. I did not foresee that the imposter would be the same, if not worse. I submit myself to your judgment.
We will see that they go easy on you.
We will not, Niall. Whatever the outcome or her motivations, Savan has committed treason. If the law...
It's randomized? Yeah, I've seen 2 of the 3 outcomes now.
We must carry it out to the letter.
Onoril is right.
Swift judgment.
You have performed your task sufficiently, stranger. Though I fear for what this council has now become.
Come now, Niall. We have found common ground before.
Not enough. But we must move forward. Stranger, take this in thanks for your service to the Fae.
Now,
Here's only 2 that showed up. Ah, interesting.
we have wasted enough of our time on foreigners.
So did I lose the dagger from that? I did. So yeah, to craft a certain weapon, you need to not complete this quest. Yeah. Okay. So next time I get this, I'm gonna just not turn it in. Because there's another place you can use it. And I just don't have the item necessary. Now. Because it's consumed, weirdly. And I don't think you can finish that without using the dagger as proof. But now we know. Hi, Kevin. Cat. He's a good boy. Except when he's not. Yeah, it was just a coincidence the Don't Investigate guy was perfect playthrough. Yeah. Because, like, they all say sus things, so it logically could fit with each of them. That's cool. Mike's not picking it up, but he's purring very aggressively. Kevin, you are a good boy, except when you were knocking over things in the middle of the night because you're hungry and you're a fat fuck. I just need some Zilluminite, and then I want to look at Archon, man. Need some elites to kill. Save some of the cutest for after the stream, because it's an overload right now. he laid down on my pillow. Hi, Kevin. Yes, you're a good boy. As Effectual, I've really dedicated time to uncovering a lot of stuff in the game. Saw the run 2 wiki for a game less than 2 weeks old. Really dug deep. Well, for the first game, one of the few wikis that's actually good. It's still not infallible. There's definitely some flawed information there. But Remnant 1 actually has a quite good wiki, so it makes sense that Remnant 2 would be an attempt at the same. Drunk again, wandering around the apartment complex. Don't wander in an apartment complex while drunk, Moo. Don't do that. Sit down in your home and watch something on the TV or on your computer, or do something like that. Don't wander. You don't make good choices. This cat. He's so cat. Funny part, I can't go up the stairs. Oh no, we're in London. Cat. Cat.
Like the looks of this place. Great. No bad news.
Got a sword in this? Oh yeah, it's not just a sword. The sword that does this. That's what my sword does.
Thanks, fool.
Intruder! There!
I was effective with my dick. Got him. Your dick can cut grass? It's impressive. I want loot. I guess that doesn't happen. Neutral dodge into melee is the 9th edition. Yeah, there's lots of different melee attacks you can do. It's quite cool. Walking to figure 8. I'm proud of you. A huge achievement. Proud of you. Rock my black cat. Rude.
Holy hell!
Moo, drink some water. You're at that threshold where you're not making sense anymore. Like, even less than usual. Mr. Sean. Oh, I forgot to mention the last couple of streams. Again, I'm sorry I missed your birthday stream. But happy belated. I know I said it before, I want to say it again. That's the kid. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. That once. Vacation means get the fuck away from Twitch. I don't blame you. Yeah. I barely checked any of my my interwebs thingies. It was a nice disconnect. I doesn't remember birthdays. You're not wrong. I keep track of 4 people's birthdays. Mine, my girlfriend's, and my parents. I don't remember anyone else's. Fuck the Metroid stream, you promised. No, I didn't. I just forgot about it.
What is that smell?
Until you brought it up again. I'll do it. I'll do it. At some point. Copium. Once forgot my birthday. I have sometimes too. Moo. You already knew that. What are you doing? What are you talking about? in there? There's an item in there.
I'm glad that's over.
Those last 3 sentences, I refuse to believe those are connected in any way. I guess that's... There's a chest up there I didn't grab. Oh well. Enjoying this setup. Feeling pretty efficient.
The intruder must not survive!
waffle cone. That's good. That's good. Liking your waffle cone is it's an important life hack. Hi, Super. How you doing? Hello, King. Ugh. And registered that that's the area I'm in. That timing. I took one more hit than I could afford there. This isn't a difficult boss, it's just fucking annoying. You do that, and it's just like, oh, okay. Guess I'm down here for another cycle. Hey, Vocal, how are you? Good to see ya. Leave me alone. I need to stop rolling off the fucking edge. Can't play too much up here well. Yeah, other than, you know, the usual ISP stuff. Yeah, can't complain too much. I'm gonna die here. Surprisingly. Oh, there we go, that's what I expected. Oh, you did that version. Ooh. That's awkward. Twice. Very annoying fight. Not at all difficult, just annoying.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
A waffle cone on the sink and melted on the counter. Well, you should have eaten it. You were talking about it for like 15 minutes. Clutch life regen? Yeah. The mod that gives you heal over time, or the ring, excuse me, that gives you heal over time for using mods has been so nice for this build. And that was my main source of healing there. I did get some from doing damage with Siphoner, but I guess I should sit. Malefic Palace. I want to do Fei Lin or Fei Rin. I found Fei Lin an easier fight. The rewards from both already. I would love to have Nimue in my adventure so I could craft some stuff with her, but do I have to go through the orphanage area for Nimue? I haven't actually seen what happens if you get that wrong. Anyone know?
Maybe I should check out that mural again.
Elevator, you need to jump off between 2 floors. Ah, okay. He's there? Okay. Let's fight some enemies? Cool. Not gonna do Phelan Farron yet. Though I can. Just so you know, Rohith, I have a significant chat delay because it goes up every time I have connection issues. Because otherwise, then it would just be at frames. I have to put on the experimental thing that makes it so instead of dropping frames, it does a buffer. Because that's less disruptive. So basically, every time I get significant lag, chat delay goes up. So I didn't see that. That one goes up first until I was well away from the elevator. There's the side dungeon from jumping on top of the bookcase. Question, what's up?
Looks like I'm full up.
I get a girlfriend if your V-neck looks like that. It's not a V-neck. And I don't know if you want to start the roasting people thing again, Mo, because one, it gets old fast, and two, you of all people right now should not be starting that. There's the door I was going for. Do I have enough illuminate? Almost. Need one more. No, I want to take that time. Nice. Oh yeah. I forgot what you do in this room. Like a secret passage in here, probably. Ah. When in doubt, break shit. Pee Wee Herman died? Wow. We are aging. Dodge doesn't work. Oh, scary. That was not easy. Poisoned. It's also what's the idea?
My lucky day.
Productive little side jaunt. Definitely needed that corrupted luminite from that boss, so that's cool. Sponsor, you think G Fuel would support the cause? I don't know, but you should hit up Advance. Really hit them up. You of all people should not be interacting with people. But yeah, you use code FLAG for discount on your next order. Advance. Oh, hi. Nice session today. Work back and have fun. Cheers. Have a good one, Rohit. Thanks for hanging out. I've been live for 4 hours already. I've been having fun. I've really been paying attention. Next to down move. No sense of time in Remnant 2. Yeah, absolutely not. Crimson King coin. What that? Oh, that's for the Red Prince. Okay. I guess that means the Red Prince is in this adventure. Cool. Which, that sucks, because, if I had waited for to use the dagger, I could have done that. I have the Luminite. I can go get Archon now. Oh yeah, I was gonna check. What's my playtime on Remnant 2 now? 83 hours. Healthy amount, considering the game has been out for 6 days. I did not play in the early access window, so. So is this Red Prince up here? It is. Let me actually look up.
At least that's over.
Confirm that. Yeah, if you kill him with the Assassin's Dagger, you get a helmet. Okay, 3 coins. You can pay him 3 coins to get a thing from him. But I only have 1 coin. So yeah, I'm not going to go in there yet. Can I... There's a passage here. Can I go through that? No, it doesn't look like I can. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to come back to that later. Question is, how do I get the other coins? Wiki, do you know that? Okay, players can have up to 5. Okay, yeah, if you give him less than 3 at once, he attacks you. You need to give him 3. Okay, the teleport Fae. Okay, so I just have to farm enemies in this area.
Shit.
Yeah, Priz ain't about the farm, and neither am I. It is elite farming, which I need to do anyway, because I have no fucking Luminite. Like, I still need to put my Arbalest to +10. This is at +9. It's performing quite well. But I need to get to +10, and then I need the 10 Luminite to unlock Archon. I suppose I could go unlock Archon, put it on, and then farm, so I at least get XP towards it. But I am leveling Gunslinger. Give me some elite spawns, game. back to that checkpoint, do that route again. Actually, let's go grab Archon first. So I should have enough. And who knows, maybe Cass has some Luminite in her inventory that I can buy. Gonna be honest, I'm a little disappointed with feedback because they intentionally set it up in a way that some mods are bad with it because the mod is still active, so you can't gen more mod power. I don't love that. I can get around it with something like Witchfire or Rotted Arrow, but it does mean that some mods feedback just isn't great. So like honestly, maybe Slayer would be better here. Still, this is a good amount of mod gen. I'll have to think about it. Keep hearing this noise in the bathroom. Is it you shitting in the bathroom? Mod-end conditions are weird. They're like that in R1 less commonly from what I remember. Yeah, yeah. There were a bunch that ended like as soon as you used them, but in this game, there's not. Unless they persist for a while, it's hard to get the actual value out of plus 10 feedback. Hexahedron. Archon archetype. Tempest. Automatically generate 2 mod power per second. Casting a mod increases all mod generation by 50% for 6 seconds. Yes. Please. Thank you. Reality Rune. Conjures a 10.5 meter protective dome which applies slow to any enemy or enemy projectile. Allies inside gain 25% damage reduction in the last 15 seconds. Good. Chaos Gates. Ooh, that's interesting. So everyone does more damage and generates more mod power, but takes more damage inside that bubble. And then Havoc form, which is Stormcaller. It's here, and apparently this is very, very broken right now. I was looking at a couple clips that Femto posted. And this scales with mod cast speed to the point where you can get enough to make it not do any damage at all because it overflows. But like if you stack a bunch, that it just does crazy damage. Like, dude killed Talratha in under 2 seconds with this. Using a relic grants 200 mod power for both equipped mods. Load menacingly, yeah. This is perfect. This is everything I want. It's even mod gen for allies too. Oh, this class is everything that I want. And then you've got a trait for mod and skill cast speed. So I will probably be Archon Invader. I still want a level gunslinger, but Archon Invader seems like the most me. I still get Wormhole. So let's change this up. Braided Thorns, real tempting, but it doesn't help me in single target, although that's not too often. I could put on Cataloger's Jewel for even more passive mod gen. Really wish they put an NG behind such a hunt and made Archon a more easily findable lab archetype. Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with that. You to blunt, you objectively do not. Oh, I know what I'm gonna put on. Where's the thing? Where is it? Where are you? I know what I'm looking for. I don't remember the name of it, so I'm going by the effect. There it is. Burden of the Mariner. Increases skill cooldowns by 25%, generate 10% additional mod power for each skill and cooldown. So if I use both of my skills, then I'm getting 20% extra mod gen. I don't know how easy it is to keep Reality Rune on cooldown, because like it lasts 15 seconds, then goes on cooldown. So I probably don't get too much of value out of that, in all honesty. Definitely keep Black Cat and Timekeepers on. Definitely keep Encrypted Ring on. So this slot, I have some wiggle room, because I'm getting some cast speed from being an Archon, and cast speed isn't that good for my current choice of skills and mods anyway. I'm not too worried about that. I could Gambler. I think Gambler might be good here. I'm not really weak spotting much, but let's try that. Let's try that out. Then for this, between swiftness, expertise, gosh. I mean that skill cooldown is very worthwhile. What we got here. They're like mod crit chance, mod damage. Formula-wise, I don't think that's worth. Stagger damage. Now that's interesting. That could be very valuable. I think currently I'll stick with ammo reserves, because I have run out of Twisted Arbalest a couple times. So next priority is to get the Arbalest to +10. Guess I could look at the mod slot here. I think Harmonizer on Enigma makes sense for this build. Momentum could be good here, because if the rifle crits, then I get that crit chance and stuff for the mod. Refunder, of course, and Bandit Ricochet Rifle, effectively. Yeah, I just need more resources in general. Since I'm not a gunslinger anymore, maybe Slayer would be good here. We'll find out. What's the class name for this? Tempest Ruiner. That's cool. Yeah, so the way the class names in the menu shown up here work is the prefix is your prime perk, and then the suffix is a combination of your classes. So Archon plus Invader is Ruiner. And this is a good way of differentiating between Archon Invader and Invader Archon. Because Invader's prime perk is different, so this word would be different. So it'd be like if in Wonderlands, Frost Shiver wasn't the same for Burr Stabbo and Stabbo Burr, if it was like you know, dirty fighting Frost Shiver and Enrage Frost Shiver, based on the class feats. It's not a 1-to-1, but you get what I'm getting at. Kind of neat. Lets you identify classes at a glance.
Hey, over here! God damn, it is.
Yes, your dialogue reset again.
Yeah, hell, maybe. I was, but. So, hey, if.
You
Take
have
care of
anything
yourself, you hear
useful?
me?
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to Whispers today. Whispers have anything new? And I have money. May as well buy all this. For fashion and testing. I don't think I'll have to talk to Whispers again, because I don't think he gets anything else. I'm almost at the point where I can justify buying consumables. That'll be real cool. Because then I can just keep the mod gen consumable on, too.
How can a rest well, all right then. Take
And
care.
pipe bombs seem really strong.
So, nah, he told me. What? Said only 3 reasons. That's so? That one. Listen, you sure I said? Huh? Be
I hate the dialogue resetting. I think I can justify concoction use now. Yeah, I'm gonna buy... Do I want to buy XP? Yeah, I'll level Archon faster.
so long as you head back then, eh?
Okay, now back to where I was. And we're coin farming. I don't know how to do that optimally. Yeah, there's 3 things you can do with Red Prince. You can fight him and kill him with the Assassin's Dagger, or you can offer 5 coins, or sorry, 3 coins. Really didn't aggro you? Certainly hit me. Damaging myself with Enigma, as one does. Hey, Felicia. Cool looking blade. Ah, this sword. ISP, you good? Okay. Yeah, yeah, look at this, look at this. It does Virgil things. You can't really see because it's like 480p right now because connection. But look at Virgil things. A virgin all over the place. Liquid escape and do that route again, I think. So the game needs a codex or something which really doesn't explain various mechanics unless you get a tip during a loading screen. There's some things it doesn't explain very well. Yeah, that's true. Like, there's some of the blights that we still have no proper idea what they do. Like, I don't know what suppression does when you have it on you. I have no idea. Like, you can tell what curse does because you see your max HP is lower. Okay. You can tell what rot does because you start coughing every time you're trying to do anything. Okay. Also, how you doing, Darkblade? Ow. That's toxic. Let me out of the corner. I was not prepared for that. Hey Amber, how you doing? Game looks like fun. You recommend playing the first game? You don't have to. I recommend the first game because it's a good game. But like if you're worried about missing out on something important, like you don't really. There's just some really cool boss fights in the first game that obviously aren't in the second game. It helps you get a feel for some of the baseline things the game expects of you in this game. But you don't need to. If you want to just jump into this one, you can. There's NPCs that'll do lore recaps if that's what you're worried about. Most positive things, the game never tells you certain skills and challenger give you stacks of bulwark. The game does tell you, yeah, it never tells you bulwark's just stacking 5% damage. Just had to look that one up in the wiki. You can actually see that one if you go into your inventory and go to character. You can hover over buffs in the upper corner up here. So like that's how I found out what bulwark does. But yeah, it doesn't tell you that that's something you can do. projectile slowing is pretty useful. Weird dead end. Okay, drop down from there. Hmm. I guess this is where I got the flail, isn't it? Hey, coworkers hate him, make another drink. Maybe don't do that last part. I mean, you never listen, but... I should at least say that. Got done small shopping trip, think I'll play both, just a matter of when. Yeah. Or don't. There's really not a more efficient way of, farming. I mean, there's probably a route that's better than what I'm doing, but you really just have to keep farming this area for elites. At least I only need one more. Play a lot of Black Ops Cold War zombies and having a lot of fun with it very late in the game. It's really good. I stopped playing halfway through the DLC season for that. Just lost interest, but I enjoyed zombies a lot. So, you know, just throughout the existence of the zombies mode. I'm glad to hear you're having a good time with it. I have to give Remnant 2 a subtitle tagline, like, from the ashes, what would it be? Just red. Remnant 2, red. Because there is so much fucking red in this game. Red on red on red. This biome is pretty chill about it, because there's no root here, but there's still somehow red. It's just fucking red. Played one campaign mission, no multiplayer. Apparently it's an entirely different experience from launch. Very few complaints about zombies. That's cool. You know it's really red for me. True. Thought I could stagger that enemy. It was not going well. Bleed on me. I've actually had to use bandages now that I've changed up my armor to not have bleed resist. Kind of annoying. I miss my bleed resist. Maybe I'll re-optimize so I do have resists again. Like currently, I only have 4 bleed resist. Before I had like 10. There we go. That's not the right enemy type. Fuck. I heard elite and I was like, yay, elite. And the wrong one. Also almost killed me. Liquid escape. Varmint. From the reddest. Oh, speaking of red, the enemy or the person, the boss that I'm trying not to fight that's in there is the Red Prince. Fucking red. They're the Red Prince? No, Red Prince. Red Prince the Disturb album cover guy? Yes, that's the one. You give him a bunch of money, he won't fight you. Like, it's specific money. You need to respect local currency. Other question, how many nickels did he need? Needs 3. You can carry up to 5, and he needs 3. I have 2. Yeah, I like that if there's only one enemy, but there's terrain, it'll just hit that enemy 5 times if you angle it well. If 3 nipples isn't too enough? No. Get back, give a bunch of money, he won't fight you. Make it the same deal, please. What if I want you to fight me, Vocal? What if I want you to punch me in the throat? What if I want to thank you for you punching me in the throat? What then? I know I've said something bad when Moo agrees with me. a better idea. We start drama in the Borderlands community, duke it out in the boxing ring. Love it. Let's do it. So respawn them. Board one. Let's see Barbie. I still haven't seen Barbie.
Alright, let's do this.
Heard the rave about. There was a weird interaction like a month ago now. There was someone in official server who like determined to shit on the writing, and then it was just normal, you know, NPC dialogue, like, oh, BO3 poorly written, like, yeah, so is every Borderlands, but like, we don't give a shit. But anyway, they were like, they did that, but then it got really weird with, they were like, yeah, the lead writer for the game seems like such a sad dude, and it's like, bro, what in the parasocial fuck? For the record, he doesn't seem sad at all. Dude's pretty cool dude, seems pretty chill. And Sam Winkler's taken nothing but W's since he's been at the forefront of the writing team you hear about, and I like his work. But like, some weird parasocial takes that even the people who agreed with the person were like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? And that's exactly the kind of discussion that we need to replicate for this this manufactured drama vocal. So how are we going to take something that could get some people on board and then make it even weirder? That's what we got to do. The wrong elite type. So the same person that acting got emasculated. That was such a weird take too. There's so many weird fucking people who spout off takes about like Borderlands shit that's so unhinged, but they automatically assume that everyone in the room agrees with them. So just everyone turns around at the same time, even if they're disagreeing with each other. It's like, what are you talking about? It's so strange. The entire Borderlands franchise, weird takes that people agree with, is bread and butter. Yeah, valid. I don't care that it works for you. You're just dumb and not doing it my way, and I'm smarter than you. Accurate. On something like that's gonna require some serious brainstorming and copious amounts of alcohol, I'm afraid. I'm down if you are. We can drink until we're at the frequency of your average Borderlands fan. We'll need to be hospitalized after, but I'm down if you are. Someone cuss me out for not using Pimp on my zero build. Yeah, you told me about that. Weird people. Things require bravery, not brains. Well put. Oh, hello. I didn't even hear you. I just want the third coin so I can go. We'll never be doing this 3-coin shit again. It's awful. Nonsense aside, I enjoyed the game. It's great. I really like it. Some of the side things are a little annoying. They involve, like, the kinds of things I dislike doing in Borderlands games. Full disclosure. And the resource economy is in need of attention. Devs have already chimed in on that. It's very grindy currently if you want to try out different things. But other than that, gameplay is great. Bosses are very satisfying to figure out and fight. I'm just having a great time. I'm feeling like I have enough options now in the game where build crafting is like a real possibility. That's been fun. Heard some dumb takes about the game though, please enlighten me. Reuse animation BS. Oh yeah, so the same thing with a lot of sequels that have come out in, say, the last 5 years, where it'll be like the same engine, and they'll have, you know, the same core animations and stuff, but then build from there. And there's some people who absolutely fucking loathe the idea of that, which clearly they've never played a game made before, I don't know, 2010. Because they all fucking did that. Spider-Man's using the same web. Yep, that's one of them. Kratos getting in the boat with the same animation. Aloy having the same bow draw animation in Horizon. You know, those dumb takes. These people 2D Mario games, their heads will explode, right? Like, it's just, it's what do they want? Ground up redesign of everything, every possible facet, to the point where it's not recognizable as the same thing anymore? Like, that's just not how sequels are done. Like, if you apply that logic to other media, it just gets weird. It's like, Tom Cruise can't do his sprinty thing in any movie, because he's done it in a movie before. That's what he does. Tom Cruise loves to sprint. Samuel L. Jackson can't say motherfucker. Ever again. I'm breathing the same way today as I did yesterday. Sick fuck. Have some originality. Yes, we finally got one. Wait, does that itself stagger? That's crazy. Oh, there we go. Okay. Farm complete. Almost died to that guy, but we won't talk about it. Samus is no longer allowed to use her beam cannon because she's used it before. Exactly. Like, honestly, it'd be kind of shitty. People have the same complaint about Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. Like, there's no game they won't complain about that with. It's so weird. You know how expensive full body tracking animations are? Games would take 6 years longer to develop and cost millions more. Yeah, it's the same people, Vocal, who would complain about the new animations not being as good as the old animations, or who would complain about a very long development cycle. Like, the point is the complaining. Tenuous grasp on creation and economics in general, much less specifics for video games. Yeah. Alright, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I think my requirements for sequels are new enemies, characters, areas, combat mechanics. Yeah, that's pretty much all I'd expect either. Like, if you got a core formula that works, you don't need to change it. Just build upon it in a meaningfully interesting way, refine it, and give us more of it. That's it. So very happy. I deleted most of my social media, so my exposure to these morons is limited. Yeah, you're better off. Just checking. I have 3. All right. Make sure I pick the correct dialogue options.
Enter mortal. Lives such as yours are too short to dally with hesitancy. Know that you stand in the presence of the divine, the true heir to all that surrounds you, and the only one who can stand against the imposter who claims the throne.
Disturb music starts playing.
Yet you reap the benefits of this kingdom with every breath.
Speaking of sequels, or new God of War should arrive tomorrow. I'm big excited. It's a great game. I think you'll enjoy it. I've been kind of wanting to go back through now that New Game Plus and stuff is in, but I just can't devote the time to that. Long game.
And lived. It is my hallowed duty to rule and watch over my subjects. Just as it is the duty of my subjects to serve. Now that we share this understanding, I will accept your tribute as one who serves. Ah, yes. A tithe worthy of your divine master. It is the lore of the Fae that I give you this in return. And by my law, foreigner, I also give you this.
Sweet. Did I not give him enough? Huh. Okay, no, This is your blood. Not the first time you've seen it, of course, but it's not often one holds the reason for their death after the fact. Huh. Okay, I didn't know that kills you. Is he still in there? No? Okay, he's just gone now. What a dick. So, like, do you stay dead from that if you do that in a hardcore playthrough? I just have questions. Anyway, now I've gotten 2 of the rewards from that guy. There's a 3rd one, but I don't have the weapon I need to kill him to get that reward. He said fuck the poor. But no, I had the money. He does say fuck the poor. If you try to give him fewer than 3 coins, it starts the boss fight. But if you have enough, he's like, yeah, cool, this is enough, and kills you anyway. Seems like the average rich person to me. Yeah, so the reason why he's not there anymore after I gave him those coins is because he went to buy Twitter. The projectile slowdown is funny. That worked out well. You mean X? I haven't explored over there. Oh, is that how I get to Nimue? I think that's how I get there. So how do I... Of course, I can't really do everything I want to do there. But I can do one thing I want to do there. Tell your shitty subscription service be called Twitter Blue after the rebrand. Isn't the URL still Twitter? Like, why change it? And I already have the answer to that. The reason is erasure. Wants to be able to claim, yeah, this is mine. I built this. See, the name was me, so everything else must be me too. Doing something a lot more fucked up now, IMO. He's always doing something fucked up. He doesn't have another state of being. Dude is an actual cartoon villain. Twitter broke porn laws in Indonesia? What? I tried to change PayPal to X before and luckily got rejected by the board. Ugh, I forgot he owns that. Yeah, if you look up X stock. Yeah, that tracks.
Great. More bad news.
That's insane burst damage. That was so sick. Yeah, this is the checkpoint I wanted. There's a side dungeon there. Go this way now. 7 down CEO, but one place will be in charge of technical developments. Which is like, yeah, probably gonna do something called the glass clip. Yeah. Yep. Be able to blame her because she's in charge, despite the fact that, you know, she was put into a position where she's a puppet and an untenable circumstance. Hello. Yes, hello, friend. I'm just exploring. That's the one true king sigil. So if you have the rings from killing both versions of the imposter, you can craft this. One of these is turning the Assassin's Dagger quest item into a usable Assassin's Dagger. I don't remember what the other two are.
Our kingdoms, the strange, as the one true king, those who it was not the one in the swayed by much must. It is The deceit you cannot fail. One can see. I will find a only if you certain arc.
Why? Yeah, it's been one of those days, Felicia. It's been worse than usual. Big character that's not red. I know. Lots of blue. It was strange. Trying to remember how much I explored of this biome in my story playthrough. I might switch back to story mode and check, because if I have the court thing in my solo playthrough, then I can get the dagger from there. No, actually quest items don't transfer over. But I can look for Nimue there, because now that I know how to do it. At some point though, I am gonna have to reset my my story playthrough, because I do want access to Narud instead of Ellipsis Torah. We'll see. Is this Huntress? Yeah. A wise lewd question, can we not give big lady a hug and tuck her into bed? See, there you go. Wholesome approach. I just want a hug, man. Horny is temporary. Hugs are eternal. That was a sweep. I wasn't prepared for that. It's rude to reduce someone down to their genitalia, even especially if you find them hot. True! Thought of it's like the whole stream, but I have not remembered Joey's saying, hey, new. Honestly, I had planned to end like half an hour ago, but Remnant has a way of completely ruining my ability to keep track of time. So yeah, I'm going longer than I intended. But it's fine. It worked out for the best, right? Kirk, thank you for the prime. The 23. 23 thought it was 24. That's okay. I barely know how time works. I can't tell the difference. Thank you so much for the almost 2 years of support. It means the world. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Outsiders approaching!
Protect the dragon!
23 months, I thought it was 24.
We'll fight back! I'll kill us all!
You'll be dead soon!
Such a cool weapon. Yeah, I saw that tome over there. It doesn't do anything for me. Now, I go back over here for the Huntress fight. She read me there. The tracking on that. It's awkward timing. I'm dodging way too late there. Or actually way too early. Hard to tell. Ah. Poorly timed, poorly planned. I'll have an extra heart this time, so it'll be fine. First death today? I think it might be. My mod just didn't work there, that's cool. I learned something. There we go. Much cleaner. I've never seen a saw move right out of those people under there. They show up. They get abducted. Pretty sure. I cleared this out. I swear that part. They volunteered, do they? I thought they got abducted. But I've seen like one Saw movie while drunk. No details were retained. Oh, that was so much damage. Holy shit. Because if they're all grouped, when they all individually get a sword, then they all take the hit. Wait. So that mod on a group where in the other weapon slot I have the ties that bind thing. Yes, ties that bind is in this game. We're definitely abducted. It's the henchman, the big mess. Do the abducting. Yes. Thank you.
Keep them away.
Henchman and big masks? Yes. why in Dead by Daylight, the pig, the killer that's just a lady with a pig mask on, is from Saw. Most of the first few killers in Dead by Daylight were characters from horror pop culture. There's Leatherface, there's the pig, etc., etc. Isn't that the plot of something you volunteer to die on TV and your family gets taken care of? I feel like I've seen that in a bunch of places. Yeah, it's familiar. It's even a thing in Attack on Titan. Not the TV part, but an episode premise for a hit 90s sci-fi show Sliders. I vaguely remember Sliders. Actually. Sliders, Farscape. You watch that one? Quantum Leap. I'm being stunlocked. That's so many dots. What was even happening? Oh, that was a corner I did not want to be stuck in. I was just like, why am I burning? Why am I burning? Why am I burning? Probably had a super PAC. Yeah, he's a sitting U.S. senator from a deep red state, so I don't know if that's in the Saw lore, but it would make sense. No, not again, not again, not again. That looks like a crawl space. Ah. Ow. Ow. Fire burns. Ow. Alright, best not to get kidnapped. Do my best. Should we do stream it? Yeah, I'll just ask the kidnapper to go live real quick. No big deal. This is cool. I didn't even think of the possibility of you being able to get up on the rooftops here. I don't know why I'm up here exactly. Try this way. I feel like there was something else I was supposed to do up there. Oh well. A lot of burbs. Cleansing stone. Reduces duration of elemental status effects against wearer, use cleanses, and grants max health. Huh, that's cool. Wooden box. Stop hitting me. Through the fucking ceiling. Effigy pendant. Gray health is present, gain 15% all damage dealt, 10% damage reduction, 1 additional hit before gray health is removed. Ooh, that's cool. Now, something I've noticed with those inspectable quest items that, you know, you can open or something to get a usable item is there's almost always a quest where you get something for turning in the uninspected version. anyone happen to know offhand if that's the case here? The wooden box in Butcher's Quarter? Field through question. Thought you could shoot the ringer with a low enough level gun and have it roll along a bit before exploding. I think it's something else. Tested if Cheap Tips works on it. It does. I'm just one-shotting it. I thought you could too. Maybe we were using means other than guns? Like, were we meleeing it? Like, I remember moving the ringer was a thing that we did. I don't know. That was my memory as well. I don't know how much of that came through, because ISP had a poop mid-sentence.
Don't believe his lies! You there, stranger! You're not one of them, are you? Kill the Awoken! I won't go mad! Please, stop it! Do it! Watch out, stranger! Stop the outsiders! They all gone mad! They'll kill us all! Kill us both! Get me out of here, stranger! Outsider! Yeah! Please save! None of you can! Get me out of here, stranger!
Oh, god damn it. How? I'm trying, my dude. I don't know how to save you. Ah, god damn it. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Like, did I ignite that with my damage? I don't do any fire damage. Like, it didn't look like there were any enemies. Did they throw a fucking Molotov at me and hit him?
You there, stranger! You're not one of them, are you? Help me, please! I won't go mad! Band together and fight!
No, you motherfucker. Oh. Wait, no, I saved you. I saved you. Okay. Wait, you're on fire. Are you okay?
Thank you.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine.
Oh, they would have burned me alive.
Got it all. Mailing is also blowing it up. Interesting.
Nothing. I only told them what I saw. They see too. And that
creatures. What's the others? Yeah, they'll fight them. What I tell them? I think. Oh, it's a bloody curse. Terrible. Respect. Well, you watch yourself.
Okay, Grand Memento. Yeah, so what this dude is seeing is like he's not crazy. The two worlds combined, and a bunch of the populace is on copium, and they're killing anyone who's talking about it. Yeah, like he could have done that the whole time. Like he didn't even he just like yeeted himself off of that. Dude's a gamer. He just didn't want to do the legwork, I guess. Cool. I think that was that for that side area. What am I doing on Illuminite? Ooh, I have a decent amount now. Not a huge amount, but a decent amount. And go back to the ward. I think I can get Arbalest to +10 now. So that's pretty cool. And once I've done that, I guess I can look at mutators. Or actually, there's a new boss thing I should be able to get from my blood, thanks to the Red Prince. Okay, Arbalest +10.
You're back. All right.
Here it is. Blood Draw. Shoots out razor-sharp chain shards, which impale up to 5 targets within 15 meters, dealing 10 damage. On hit, chains are pulled towards the caster, dealing 250 damage, split equally among enemies, and applying 275 bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Or 15 seconds, rather. I'm gonna have to see how that targets. Have any reasonable idea of how that works? So, let's see. Refund on that. So yeah, you can't make target dummies bleed, which I guess is logical because these things don't have blood. Yeah, you can't test bleed here. Or at least not with some means. Let me try that there. Gambler was working, but I'm gonna try this. Having some better animation speed. Seems pretty hog. I have corrupted Luminite, so I can upgrade. I'm gonna bleed build really hard to test when these things don't bleed. Yeah. Momentum seems like something I'd want to invest in for gambler setups, like especially since I'm doing dots. Like I probably put momentum on Enigma, right? I think that makes the most sense. Harmonizer good too, but like momentum. Transference is something I eventually want to have max, and then there's Refunder. So it's 1.5% per increase. So what, you get 35 at plus 10? It's not bad. Deadly Calm just seems good across the board, though. Started momentum. I had so much Corrupted Luminite. It's awesome. Yeah, from 0 to 5 at once is great progress.
Farewell.
Okay, now I'll try out this elsewhere. Because applying bleed and then also erosion be nice. Time Wave could be super spammable from Enigma, though. I don't know that that's necessary with having that Archon skill, however. Refunder was good here. Put momentum back on when I'm using Gambler. Yeah, we're gonna test this. Where to test this though? I think I ran out of side dungeons in this adventure. I just have Farron and Phelan. Are there 2 more? Do these always fill every time? Oh, yeah, I plan to be off at 3 and it's after 4. I'm cooking tonight. A lot of food prep I have to do for that. Okay, we'll do it last second.
Seems like something's missing.
Cooking and running theorycrafting or cooking food for dinner. Cooking food for dinner. Been cooking theorycrafting, but no, I'm cooking food for dinner. I'm doing a curry, and I think I have some frozen shrimp that I'm gonna have to thaw out and like peel and probably put that in there. It's not the cooked kind, so I gotta cook it too.
Welcome, mortal, to the court of Phelan. Tell us, stranger.
Here to fight.
Are all of your cards?
Okay. Try again. The animation time. I gotta get used to that. Hey, I very briefly had a decent bitrate before it went back to shit. Did you guys notice? I noticed.
What a lark this is. Pity it won't last.
Oh wow, your tracking on that is insane. Oh, you just have a 4-hit combo too. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. 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 Now I'm being stubborn. I could use better kit for this, but I want to get used to using my current kit. Wait. I can't... that's not my mod button. If I have that mod active, I can't use my skill. I found a bug. Found a bug. A little annoying. The delay on that. His hands move way faster than his feet. Throws me off. Hey, Tizzle, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Give me one moment. There we go. Ooh. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid, Tiddle. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Welcome in. Rexy, good to see you. Hey, Kateri, long time no see. Hope you're well. Hey, Sybil, how are you? Welcome back, Viper. On boss fight. So yeah, the bug I found is with this weapon mod active, if I hit my my skill button, it instead attempts to do the mod but fails because I'm not hitting that button. I don't know if that applies to just Archon, but just be aware.
No more room.
Kind of makes me not want to use the mod. But well. Hopefully today is going better than characters in Darkest Dungeon. Oh no, what happened? Poor control keeps getting hurt. Theory crafting's gone well today. Picked up some interesting items, got some interesting strategies, unlocked a bunch of classes that I'm enjoying using, so that's cool. Yeah, I guess that's Malefic Gallery. This one here. No, it should be Shattered Gallery. So there's still an area. There's still an area in this adventure. If it doesn't get to end again, I'll keep going a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit. Anyway, right? Are you asleep or dead? What happened? Why is she asleep? What happened? Is she okay? What happened? Chat, did I do something bad? Just like me, for real. It's past her bedtime? I think she's alive. Is she breathing? Hmm. Oh, hang on. So Wiki says defeating the Nightweaver, returning to Nimue's retreat afterwards will show Nimue sleeping where she would normally be available for later to speak with. So considering Wiki's incomplete information, I guess if you defeat the world boss, she just goes to sleep. So she's not dead. She's just taking a nap. Okay. I guess she just got tired of waiting. Resident Sleeper. I want someone to make a mod for Resident Evil that's just Resident Sleeper. Like, and it have the announcer record that too, so it's instead of Resident Evil, it's just Resident Sleeper. And then I want the game to be super fucking boring. Am I weird? I think I'm weird. What am I doing on archetype levels? Almost got Archon to 5. Sneezes. Ugh. You a hyperconductor? I don't think so. Yep, G, H. I do. Double skill charges. Yes. I do. Is that 4 blinks? That's funny. Again, reducing mod power gen by 15 is not that big a deal if you're an Archon. Seems pretty good, but like, I'm not giving up my Corrosive Nova because this thing is omega cheesy. Elder Thayan fruit. Oh, this is an extra life. You can grow these. Pretty cool.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Caffeine Kangaroo, thank you for the 13 months.
Quag Jiggling.
Quag Jiggling indeed. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. You grow extra lives, that's fun. Yeah, it's a super convoluted secret process. I mean, I guess it's not that convoluted. You need to find a hidden box, then you need to find a hidden key. Now, there's 2 different things you can do with that box in terms of giving it to a person to get different rewards that way. Or you could open it, take the thing for yourself, plant it in your home area, and then after going away and back a few times, it's grown. That goes buildcraft, and it's going well, Andyface. How you doing? Found something that I'm kind of low-key obsessed with. The toxic release valve. So, like, this thing ignores line of sight, and it's on a 3-second cooldown, so you just get a really powerful corrosive nova and a acid nova and a corrosive dot, just for free. I'm doing sort of a mod dot build kind of thing right now. Trying out Blood Draw, because I just got that. We'll see how it performs. I'm not optimistic because it's just awkward, and it has a bit of a bug. It's an anti-synergy with me using my skill, but I'll try to work around it. Worst case, I go back to Twisted Arbalest or Merciless. Those have both been good. Dots? Yeah, you can do basically the same ideology where, you know, you can make dots crit. You can apply a bunch of different types of dots. It's you do cool stuff with this game. Racing the fart build, of course. Of course. Could be Gran Turismo movie? Huh. Probably gonna be worse than Twisted Metal Show, which is bad. Is it? Is it out? Because, like, I never thought for a second that would be good. But I'm sad to hear that it's bad, you know? So this biome does not get good frames. Wow. That was a little vicious.
Help me with this outsider!
Gearbox dots prepare your dots in other games. Now we got Nightweaver on this run. Cool.
This one looks dangerous!
Oh, it failed. Interesting.
Cut them open, friend!
I don't know why we randomly get a Twisted Metal Show.
Transgression.
So if you miss, you just don't get anything from this mod. Maybe that's not for me. Hold your comments.
Outsiders aren't welcome here. Stop the monsters. Kill the outsider. Outsiders approaching. You'll be dead soon.
I heard an elite swamp. Where is it?
Outsiders here.
It's fighting them. Just not work on that? I gotta figure out how this mod works. It's very weird. The targeting. It's not for you. Well done, Viper. You had one job and you did not disappoint.
Protect the ground.
I wish I had frames in this area. I'm currently getting 29 FPS. First Nova cooldown, 3 seconds. I'm running a ring for extra status duration, so it would have to have like a 10-second cooldown for it to matter, but so I spec everything to weapon swap speed. I'm swapping fast enough already that it's like, it's fine. I think the way it triggers is it feels like at least it's on the start of the swap. So swap speed wouldn't really help anyway.
This looks bad.
So I could go Chaos Gate, which instead of having the AoE slow thing, I get damage and mod gen. Yes. It'll switch when it gets me killed, which it undoubtedly will at some point. Ow. Accepted that I'm garbage at this game, so I'm coasting through APOC with the tank setup now. Make some very cringe stuff in this. Oh, you absolutely can. I'm not worrying about APOC because I'm mostly just island right now. And also waiting for the dust to settle balance-wise. Because there's some things that are just stupid. Like Enigma, not okay. Not acceptable. Should not be in the game as it is. Of course I'm using it, so hypocrite, but... and then... what's the name of this fucking thing? Havoc form ridiculously overtuned right now as well. Yeah, yeah, this is just oof. Yeah, you can get real tanky. Medic alone is absurd amounts of bulk. Like, I think baseline Medic is more tank than you ever need for any difficulty, even without getting additional sources. It's just the health recovery is absurd. Unless you're literally being one-shot, Medic is insane. Medic also weirdly just has one of the better damage passives. If I had to, like, educated guess after 80 hours of gameplay and not trying too many of the archetypes, since I only got the rest of them unlocked today, I would say that Hunter and Medic are the most likely to be included in builds in general. Because Hunter and Medic both have aspects that are just very, very strong for no real reason. You just get a lot of really good shit for basically free. Where's that elite that spawned? There you are. Just so much damage. What? And yeah, sorry, thank you for taking care of Andy, I appreciate it. You're still diving into Saw lore, Moo?
Stop them!
But yeah, that's pretty much it. The targeting on that is so frustrating. I didn't mean to teleport behind you. I meant to teleport away, but... Ugh. Awkward. That's good damage. That's like good. Nothing bad ever happened dropping into a space like this, right? What do you mean? What do you mean? I hit the jump button. What do you mean? Oh, well, guess I'm running all the way back there. Looking like Guardian takedown over here. How you doing, Chad? How you finding the game so far? Gravity is so rude. It's obnoxious. How dare the exact thing that should happen to me? Of all people. Why do I have to deal with the consequences of my own actions? I'm me. Fantastic. I've been running NG Alchemist. I want to try NG Summoner with the Impact Cannon. Yeah, I haven't put much time into NG yet. I only spent yesterday, today, unlocking archetypes. Today I got Archon, so I'm leveling that right now. Yesterday was NG and Invader. I've got Invader Max, and I really, really like Invader. Just, the Blink is so useful. I keep calling it Blink. It's Wormhole. No. I was thinking about doing some Archon Summoner mod stuff. Currently I'm doing this. I want to be over there. Does so much damage, that's crazy. And just pretty absurd. There's a lot of free stuff just for existing. I think NG, at least from the brief playing I did, I felt like the cannon, using it in your hand, was a little clunky if you didn't have much investment into it. And at the time, I didn't have much investment into it. I feel like if you're doing just like a splash of NG, the turret's pretty good. But I've gotten a lot more stuff since then that I feel like I could use to support holding the cannon. So maybe I'll go back to that. There was a crawl space, right? Yeah. Not here. Got the heart doubles relic capacities to get constant heart buffs and turrets. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm a total slut for mod builds, and I only just got access to the absurdity of Archon mod gen a couple hours ago. So until today, I've been running mostly Ruined Heart, but that might change now. I don't really need that mod gen anymore. I have a lot. It's very clunky, also a ton of damage with minimal investment, so it's placed nicely to build to focus around other things while having the second best archetype grade IMO. Isn't the... Oh, no, the trait. Right. I was thinking the perk. Yeah. Yeah, the trait's pretty good. I don't know, I feel like Invaders and Medics traits are really good. Because, like, healing efficiency is so potent. I suppose there's lots of non-heal damage mitigation methods in this game, and then, of course, there's going non-hit. Or no-hit, so... Yeah, I could see where it wouldn't be valuable. But Invul window from Invader is real good too. Medic NG Invader, yeah, I could get on board with that. Shiny Hog. I'll show you a shiny hog. Sorry. Ooh. Reloading grants 25 to 30 mod power to both weapons based on percentage of magazine reloaded. Wait, 25 to 30 based on percentage? Is it from 25 to 30? Because that's not a big gap. based on 100% of your mag. Either way, that's really good and makes me want to use coach gun over shotgun. I have to give up one of these. Think about that later. Fourth would probably be Explorer's move speed. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Not a suspicious area at all. See you. Oh, my mod just didn't work there. That's cool. Oh, you have empathy. Fuck. I should have read before I used that heart. Boosting wounds. Increase range damage of this weapon by 10% to bleeding targets. This weapon's ranged weak spot and range crits. Apply bleeding. Ooh, okay. Easy access to bleed. That's cool. Yeah, if I can put that in my gun, then I don't need to use this mod anymore. Okay. As much as I thought feedback would be a massive game changer, it's not performing as well as I'd hoped, because it's the awkwardness of how mods are determined to be over. Like, I'm getting the regen in a window where regen doesn't do anything. There's some mods it'd be great for. Like the Firestorm one. Probably Rotted Arrow. Tried failsafe? I haven't grabbed it yet. I need to go back and do that area again. It's the one thing I don't have from that map, I think. Actively avoiding Stone of Malevolence because it's likely to get nerfed. There's a few things I'm avoiding because it's likely to get nerfed, yeah. Now, Enigma, I'm hoping it gets nerfed, and Lazy's logic is the more we use it, the more its usage stats go up, so it'll be even more likely to get nerfed, because I want Enigma just knocked out at the knees, absolutely shit-canned. I want its face in the dirt. I want Enigma to be fucking unusable. Yes, I have a personal vendetta against how powerful this stupid fucking gun is. Enigma is frustratingly just ugh. Ugh. The logic is behind that hatred. There's not a lot of logic. It's just there are so many encounters in the game where your secondary slot feels completely invalidated by Enigma. Now, this is a lot of it was first playthrough where it invests into a weapon. It's like, oh, okay, this is a boss encounter where this weapon doesn't work out. But there's no encounters where Enigma isn't at least decent. It has no downsides. It fills the roles of other weapons in some situations better. It's got way too many upsides. It, for some reason, has a mod with 7 charges that also removes its issue of range. that also lingers and you could just switch to other guns, it's just silly. They gave Enigma the jobs of like 10 different weapons. I hate that it exists. Actually graduated from Enigma. That's cool. I hope to get to a point where I don't feel as if it's the optimal play. Bar Guns mod is sick. I'll have to try that. I haven't had the resources to level that one up yet. You know what mod is crazy? The Twisted Arbalest. It performed way better than expected, because at first I was like, oh no, the Ricochet Rifle's back, but it doesn't have an open mod slot in this game. But then I use it, I'm like, that's fine. That's okay. Hey, how you doing? Like, when I get Archon, I want a full build onto that gun's mod. Does crazy single target and can clear whole rooms by itself. This is, what is it? Is it Nebula? Is that the one? I'm trying to remember the name. I'm so terrible with names in this game. I keep calling things the wrong thing. Corrosive SMG from Talratha, right? It's like refreshing to hear enemies just say kill him rather than voice lines to make you hungry for chili. You're not wrong.
They called me crazy. Who's crazy now? Feast on this, bastard!
Fart thrower. I got a little greedy there. Another thing I want to experiment with is getting some melee attack speed. Do you guys happen to know offhand, Andy or Chad or anyone, does melee attack speed affect charged attack animations? I would think it would, but just checking. Because there's some weird stuff with frame breakpoints in Melee and Remnant historically. I don't need to sit. I watch Shrek 2 after stream while I'm doing my nails. I got stuff to do. In fact, I'm not even going to be able to finish this adventure because I got to go cook in like 10 minutes. Let him cook. Where do I go next? This way? Cool.
Stop the monsters! Keep them alive! All together for the grand! Keep them away!
Thought I heard you following me.
Attack them!
Outside is approaching!
The range on that's so silly. It would be quiet to wash the vegetables. I mean, I do. You probably wash your chicken, boil it unseasoned. Yeah, we're back there. Anyone who's here for like the first 10 minutes of stream, we are back to that. I have to play Diablo, but all I want to do is play this game. You don't have to play Diablo. You could wait for them to add meaningful replayable content and then play this instead.
What is that smell?
But I already have 85 hours in this game in the last 6 days. That's yeah.
Yeah, you. Go there. Hey. Help me.
No replayable content. I got to use a barber heart just to play my favorite character. Yeah, it's.
The dark. It calls us.
As soon as they leaned into with their whole chest the two concepts of A, hating everything Diablo 3 did, and B, having infinite item chases instead of repeatable content, my interest kind of bottomed out. I'm hoping it'll be like a Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls situation where they put an expansion out that really turns how they handle the game on its head, and they start doing banger repeatable content. That would be sick, but I'm not holding my breath, honestly.
A creature.
We got a kiss, hopefully.
In the dark, calls to us. Kin against kin. Feeds on us. Feeds on each other.
Be so much more interested. I felt like I could get the cool Uber uniques. I totally agree with that, Chad. And like, you and I are always on the same wavelength with this. Like, if you're a builder and you're in a game that is about builds, you want to be able to make the builds, which means you need to reasonably have access to items to make builds. It's not complicated. But as soon as you say all that, there's a very vocal section of the player base that's like, no, that's not what they're for. You're not hardcore enough. If you want that, go somewhere else. I love the sense of reward of finally getting something for my time. And it's like, then like, at that point, those people who are that rabid about that, fucking get an app on your phone, one of those coin flip apps, and just flip that when you finally get a drop and call it. If you don't call it right, then act as if the drop never happened. Like, if you're gonna make it more rare, then fucking make it more rare for yourself. I don't give a shit. It's not my problem. If I want to make builds, give me meaningful, reasonable access to those things, because farming 200 fucking hours for one item, and there's a lot of people who played 200 hours and not gotten any of those Uber uniques. Farming 200 hours for one item is more than most people play most games. Like, that's insanity. It's not fun. If you're there for the farming, cool, you can do that. Don't do it at the expense of people who want to experience the gameplay. And leaning into a design philosophy direction that caters to that mentality rather than the reasonable everybody has access to the game that they paid money for, that doesn't bode well with me.
I saw it. Riding a Dran. Others came, killed him.
Made it to 72 with my seasonal because I was actually enjoying Necro once you have a piece for a build and all you're doing is hunting upgrades, such a snooze. Yeah, like, I was gonna try the season. It started while I was on vacation, and I had some vague plans to maybe dip my toe into it. But I have no desire to do that now that, like, Remnant's out and I can just sink my time into that. Why would I play Diablo when it's still in a state where I fundamentally don't like the things that it's trying to get me to do for a longevity? I have no reason to. And it really hurts me to say all that, because lifelong Diablo fan. Diablo 2 is one of the first games I really sank unreasonable amounts of time into, and I love some of the endgame structure of Diablo 3, and I think it's a good example of engaging in dialogue with your player base and doing meaningful post-launch support. I think it's a real success story in terms of turning around the game, and it added some cool stuff to the IP, but like Diablo 4 spends half its time just shitting on Diablo 3, so I wonder if it's connected to that. That, like, that game did it, so we can't.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, Goobert, how you doing?
No. You can't destroy it. Shouldn't. I want it. But no, kill it.
Or just play Metroid.
It must be stopped.
Those items aren't for using. Yeah, sorry. Doing good? Glad to hear.
You want to find it?
Also hit the Wonderland's problem with Ancestral Sacred. We're even on World Tier 4. Still seeing mostly Sacred. I'm not going to waste my resources on Sacred stuff. Yeah.
It'll take you. And then they'll kill you. All of them. And me together. Stay away from the shadows.
It's crazy. Wonderlands structurally felt like sort of a downgrade of Diablo 3. And then Diablo 4 feels like a downgrade of Wonderlands. I'm like, how does that work? How do you do worse than the flawed copy of you? Like, how do you do that?
Changed. Something changed. In the world, the people. Yeah. Don't know, but everything's different now. And after everything went different, a stranger came. Nothing odd except
accept the allure. The bait.
It's funny how many of the problems in that game, though, would be fixed by just adding rifts. But probably gotten 2 to 3 dozen plus uniques this season. None or the Raymond or the new wand, so I just don't feel like trying anymore. Yeah, like, chases are only enjoyable if they're attainable. For a majority of people, at least. Like, if you want to do trophy hunts, then do fucking cosmetics for that. Stuff that doesn't affect the gameplay. If people want to flex, then you could do shit like Rainbow Wings in D3. Again, D3 did it well. It doesn't need to be completely unattainable here. Like, any reasonable... And this is coming from people like us who go hard on games. Like, who can spend some time to do it semi-professionally, because, you know, we make money while doing it a lot of the time. But that's coming from people like us. How does your casual player who's enjoyed Diablo their entire life, who's got a standard 9 to 5, how do they feel about that? You know, like, it doesn't seem friendly to a majority of the player base, yet these self-professed hardcore Diablo fans are just kind of shitting in the well that everyone else has to drink from. It's annoying. I don't like that. Hey, Silver Ray, thank you so much for the Prime and the 26 months. I appreciate it.
Don't find it, mate. Don't take it. Run and run and run.
I'm a casual 9 to 5 and it's painful. There you go. Not gonna lie, getting my 9 to 5 kind of killed a lot of my desire to play Wonderlands. You're less likely to want to play those hyper grindy games where there's no playability other than the grind when you have other things to sink your time into. Like, this applies to Wonderlands, this applies to Diablo 4, applies to Outriders. Games where, hey, you grind. Okay, what am I grinding for? You're grinding to grind. Like, but that's it? Like, yeah. Like, oh, okay, I'll just play something else. Wish developers would realize that. I wish player bases would realize that. Outriders. I love Outriders gameplay and systems and build crafting, but like, I never got to APOC tier 40. I got to like 36. It's just, there was no reason to continue that grind. There was only one thing you could reasonably do to get XP towards it. And then, like, setting up alt characters became painful and just... it was just not worth the time. Or no difference in gameplay. The thing is, doing that grind didn't even have anything behind it. It's just bigger numbers of the same thing. So, sure. Optional. But if it's the only thing to do... And I get that that's how a lot of people feel about Chaos Chamber. I feel subtly different, but the same general sentiment is there. Something I love about this game, there's so much loot and it's guaranteed to get the right tile sets, all feels obtainable, it's still a grind, not easy to get. Right. You do a thing, you get a thing. The simplicity. Like, hey, these are the requirements for this to be there. Okay, fulfill those requirements, you get it. It's not, hey, you did all this to get the enemy to spawn and now you have a chance to get it. Like, no. There's very few RNG-based farms, as long as you got the proper event. And I think that's much better. Furry shrimp, oh yeah. It's fine, yeah. After this dungeon. Opium. This purple effect on my screen is also killing my frames. I have 26 FPS right now. No part variance in this game? Correct. It's not a looter. There's none of that. Not a looter, but there's a lot of items. Biggest RNG grind so far is getting the 2 dungeons with the pulse rifle, which only took like 7 HP rolls. Yeah, I got that one by accident. The only things that I've really done meaningful grinding for was getting the coins for red prints. I had to reset at checkpoint a few times. And Blood Moon Essence, which is still in progress. I did enough to get Summoner, but like I want the other stuff from the altar too, so I'm gonna have to grind more Blood Moons. But that's the only grinding I've done, other than just playing the game to get resources. Farming games, yeah, you're farming for items, but it's actually progressing the enemy. And to make drops even worse in some games, there's part variance. Right. You gotta farm this boss for this gun as a 0.0000 whatever chance. Yeah. And some people believe that that is acceptable as an endpoint for gameplay. I'm not one of those people. That is not why I ever pick up a game. If I get bored between now and Cyberpunk, I might pick this up. Otherwise, probably looking at Christmas sales. They'll hopefully have some performance patches, and the resource economy will be a bit better by then. Might be the worst idea to wait. Game not under me. Ah, okay, yeah, I see. A weird dead end. Is that a false wall? After the choir of 9 to 5ers, there can be some escapism, spend a few hours somewhat mindlessly grinding. We need a few hours a day. It's real-time days before you see progress. Lose a lot of luster. Mm-hmm. Absolutely styled on him. Holy shit.
That's it. For now.
God forbid you're doing a one life. Yeah, where you have insane amounts of grinding before you have a chance to clear something smoothly. Mm-hmm. Game's supposed to be fun, not just 200 hours of grinding. Apparently. We've been doing it wrong. Archon 6, huge. Games are fun. Wish I could play RE4 Remake for the first time again. That was such an awesome game to play through. I really hope they do Separate Ways DLC and stuff. Alchemy Stone. Like, they gotta finish out Mercenaries. And hopefully add Separate Ways. I'd also like a side Meneda, that'd be pretty cool too. Increases base life steal by 5% will suffer from a negative status or blight effect. I've seen a lot of builds that would benefit from getting cursed. Like, intentionally getting the curse status. I think 3 stacks. 3 stacks of curse seems optimal for a bunch of stuff. Hey Bapu, how you doing? Set yourself on fire? Maybe. Duration's not fantastic with that. Curse would be just a permanent thing you don't need to worry about. Like, that saying status or blight is good because blights are permanent until you, like, remove them, whereas status are just time-based. Up a little bit on the last enemy. That's fine. Want a papaya? I don't think I've ever had a papaya just on its own. Orange Zane run. Nice. I already have that, right? So, if I talk to you, can I give the one I have to you and then pick that one up?
Do you feel it, mate? You. Thank you. And don't worry. Strange.
Now I can pick this one up. Easy. We game in the system. Reload speed for 5% for 15 seconds after reloading stacks 5 times. That could be really good for Slayer builds, yeah. Yeah, up to 25%. That's pretty cool.
You ain't gonna be hurting no one. Never again.
Cool.
Now, time to end this once and for all.
Hey, you're just chilling? Okay. Gotta go. Hope everyone was a great rest of the day. Have a good one, Nunu. Thank you for hanging out. It's always good to see you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head back to the ward and call it for stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. Of course, my connection stabilizes later in the day because why wouldn't it? But yeah, a lot of fun. I don't know what I'll stream tomorrow. It'll be between this and BL3. One of them. Yeah, I gotta meal prep. Then I'll probably be theory crafting more of this. Damn it, it's 7 hours. I was planning on doing 4. I'm bad at this. But yeah, y'all are great. Is anyone live? Can raid? Anyone doing the thing? D2H is doing Remnant 2. Pilot's on BL2. Let's raid Pilot. It was hopefully not ending. Let me actually check on that.
After all, and then...
Okay, yeah. Only been going an hour 15. Cool. Yeah. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for Pilot. All around. Solid dude. Just doing, farming for, in practice for the hunt, I believe. Oh, no, hunt is in BL3 this time, right? Yeah. Just farming sham. But all around cool dude. Contributed assets to the hunt, as always. Which, look into that if you haven't. For charity every year. But yeah, I'm rambling. I'm hungry. I gotta go cook food. See y'all later. Have a good one. Bye-bye.